on the nation?
Right now, it's right now it's a shared grief experience, which means that at the moment there's a lot of uncertainty that is happening with a lot of people, because everyone people are not sure what's going to happen next after we have buried the president. And I think that most people are sitting there in anticipation of what would happen next, what would come to, and that is now when we come to intangible losses, meaning that how would it affect people, the everyday person? Absolutely. Like the elderly will say, are we still going to get a raise when it comes to our daily, our monthly allowance? So people are now going to look at how would this spread all over the country, and that is where we are right now. Is that uncertainty that people are not quite sure where they are standing. Absolutely. And what the government, I think, is trying to do is to try to give them that reassurance that everything will go according to plan and nothing has changed, despite the change of power, and we are making a little bit of reshuffling. But that does not take away that intangible losses which are not seen. And so those emotional traumas and those emotional uncertainties are what is maybe really killing a lot of people, because our president meant so many different people things to different people. And this is where we are now looking at. We are looking at his own family. We are looking at the everyday Namibian person. How would it affect them?
And how it affects them.
Yes. And this is why I said that usually the period before a funeral and during that process, all of us are on autopilot. If you have lost a loved one, you find that you're on autopilot. You are not really dealing with the full ramifications of grief.
Dr. Gonzo, thank you very much. We will see how the nation will process the loss of their president in the coming days, particularly after the burial, when it will actually hit home to many that the president is no more. Well, we're going to cross over now to Parliament, where the Parliament Gardens, where Denver Kisting is standing by. Denver?
I found that conversation with Dr. Konzo very insightful. We need to hold space for our mental health during this time, and it's important to debrief, it's important to reflect, and we're going through this collectively, and that is what is discerning this from any other experience. But joining me this morning to also reflect on the life and legacy of the late Dr. Geingob is Madam Patience Maswa, who is a Member of Parliament. Good morning, ma'am, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Denver.
Allow me to also convey our heartfelt condolences to you. It must be a very difficult time for you as well.
It is a very difficult time, especially for those of us who have been directly appointed by the late His Excellency and who have, been working directly under his guide.
Sunday, 4 February 2024 has been described as one of the darkest days in the history of our republic. Talk to us about the circumstances under which the news reached you.
Yeah, I was actually at home. I was asleep and I received a call at about 2 a.m. I didn't take the call at first because it was a colleague of mine calling, and why would a colleague call you at 2 a.m.? When they called for a third time, I answered, and that was when the news obviously was broken to us. It was a shock, particularly because just a couple of hours earlier we, got the certainty from the now head of state that the late's condition was stable. That was at around 10, critical but stable, at around 10, 11 o'clock. So it was, it was just a dark moment, and I think for all of us at that time.
Let's take a slight step back. You said, particularly for those of you who were directly appointed to him, through the Constitution, he's allowed to appoint a number of people. Talk to us about that process and how significant that was for a young person of your age at the time to have been appointed by the later Dr. Geingob.
Yeah. So you may know, Denver, I'm 25 now, but I was appointed by His Excellency when I just after my 22nd birthday. And I had not known him personally before that. Obviously, we knew him as our president. I was the SG of NANSO previously, and I was actually working at the Ministry of Mines, and I remember I was at work late. It was past 5 to 6, and I received a call. Now, if you receive a call from State House, you know the number. It's a very short number. So
Yes.
you know it's a number.
Those first couple of numbers.
Yes, it's very short, and you'll know that you're getting a call from State House. And I got a call, and I was told to hold for His Excellency. I obviously thought it's not true, but I held. And when I heard his voice, I knew it was him.
What was going through your mind at that moment?
He literally, it was a very short conversation. He called me and he said, asked, how are you, where are you? And I'm in the office working still. And he said, okay, well, congratulations, you're coming to Parliament. And I first kept quiet and I said, I hope this is not a joke. Is this for real, for real?
You said that to the president?
Yes, I said, I really hope this is serious and it's not a joke. And he said, how can I joke? I have a country to run. I can't joke. Congratulations. And he said, I don't know you, but I see you on NBC sometimes, Nanso things, so you must bring that energy and you must work.
If I remember correctly, it was not too long after a Talk of the Nation engagement as
100%.
well that you and I had.
Yes, we had a Talk of the Nation engagement on the Africa peer review mechanism.
Absolutely.
A couple of weeks before. I don't think it was more than 2 weeks before.
Absolutely.
And he said, I just see you on NBC and bring that energy and I trust in your work. I don't know you, but I'll meet you and I trust in your work. And a couple of days
You had
later,
expressed very strong convictions about the importance of governance on all levels,
Yeah.
if my memory serves me well.
Yes. And, he then said, I'll obviously need to come to State House to get my letter of acceptance and so forth. But by that time, the public wasn't informed yet. The public was actually informed at noon the next day. So I was given the time to prepare my family, close friends, for this transition. But it was a beautiful moment, and for me, it was really the fact that he believed in me. And I was listening to a number of tributes given by other members of parliament, ministers, Honorable Ipumbu. She, was also extended the same belief without knowing him personally. I think Honorable Theophilus also said she had only known him, when she was young, and she met him briefly when she was in the Pioneers movement, and that was it. So he really had, I think and this is a very rare trait, the boldness to believe in people who he doesn't even know, but whose work he sees and can take a leap of faith in. And I think for me it was one of those things. I was, and you would probably know, very vocal on certain socioeconomic issues. And for him to take that faith, that conviction, and that bold decision to appoint me was great, even amidst the drawbacks that sometimes came with that. If you fast forward a bit, I had a bit of controversy in Parliament also when I spoke about school hostel conditions. And
that certainly must have come at a price.
He did not chastise me for it. Not him. I think, people around us at the time thought, nobody's ever done this before. How dare you, as a ruling party member, speak about the state of our schools like that. And he said that's what the National Assembly is for. He said the National Assembly is there to debate. That's exactly how it should be done. So for me, that gave me a lot of confidence to speak when sometimes it needs to be spoken, but others don't have the boldness and the guts to speak on certain issues. And then he gave me that. He gave me that leeway and that authority to speak.
How does one navigate the backlash? How does one see to it that you stay true to who you are, you stay true to the values of integrity, at the same time managing conflict that may emanate from even ones close to you politically?
I think it's a give and take, and it also takes a very necessary assessment of when to say certain things, how to say them, and whether or not to address them at all. And you address issues certainly when it will have an impact. And sometimes you must take political risks. And what helps you take political risks is having the ability to know that you'll always be all right. Remember, there's life as well. And if you look back at the life of His Excellency, he resigned from Parliament when he was a backbencher. He went to go work for the World Bank, and then he returned. And now that boldness, that courage, that ability to know that my work will fight for me and my principles will fight for me. And
Including the principle of authenticity. I'm tempted to say.
Yes. But also, very importantly, is faith. And I believe that whatever is destined for you is for you. And God will place you where you need to be. You know, nobody can take what's for you, and you can't take what's not for you. And that should allow you to navigate with principle, with conviction, and staying true to yourself.
What will you miss most about him?
His humor. His humor. He was very humorous, very funny. He made a lot of jokes that sometimes seemed very serious, but he was very jokey. You know, he stay away from for very long, and he sees you, he'll ask you, who are you? Who are you? You know, where have you been? I don't know you. I don't know you. You know, and his ability to instill discipline without that being fear. You know, he was very bold, and he said things that are true. And he was quite honest. He was somebody who could tell you, resign. If you don't believe in our ethos, if you don't believe in our work, resign. You know, very bold, very disciplined, but his humor, definitely his humor.
What do you think the political landscape in this country post Hage Geingob will look like?
The late president set a very high bar. And I say this because people across economic, social classes, racial classes are mourning. People are in mourning. And that tells you that we had a president who was the people's president. You know, my only prayer was that he could have seen this outpouring of love during his time of life. But there's an incredibly high bar that was set. And really my outlook is that that candle is carried forward. Yesterday, when we were at the state procession in Independence Avenue, a woman was shouting and crying, and she said in Geingob, she said, "Oh, Hage, tae nisisida kaniha," and that means, what will happen to us now? Ne? What will happen to us now? And this is an ordinary person, you know, who was so touched. You look at social grants, you look at pensions, you look at, you know, there was even a young lady who says her school fees was paid for from his salary. And she was so grateful. She's finished university already. So really the outlook and the hope is that that can transition through politically, and I think it will.
Today will be a difficult day for Namibia. Tomorrow will probably be even more difficult. Do you have words of comfort for his widow, for his children, for the Geingob and the Kalondo families, but also for Namibians at large?
I think really, you know, it's so difficult for us. And I've seen how difficult it is for the family as well. Really for them to hold on to the beautiful life that he lived and trust that his wisdom will carry us through. That is the only bit of strength that all of us are holding on, that his wisdom will carry us through.
Okay, Eos. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you for your service to the Namibian nation in the spirit of giving people the flowers whilst they're still alive.
Thank you very much for having me, Denver.
That was Madam Patience Maswa, Member of Parliament, talking to us about having been appointed as a Member of Parliament by the late Dr. Geingob at the tender age of 22 years old, and what that meant for her, what that certainly meant for young people, what that meant for the future trajectory of this country. As we return to Studio 2, we're just showing you as mourners arrive at Parliament Gardens to pay their last respects to President Geingob. His body has been lying in state since yesterday afternoon, and it will be taken to Independence Stadium at about 11:30 this morning. The official memorial service will take place at 2 o'clock this afternoon. His body will also lie in state there at Independence Stadium, from where it will be taken to Eurus Acre tomorrow for his final resting place.
Well, of course, still continuing with the live tribute broadcast from Studio 2 here in Cullinan Street, Northern Industrial Area, headquarters of the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation. Just sights and sounds there from the Parliament Gardens. A bit earlier on, Denver Kisting speaking to Patience Masua, one of the youngest members of Parliament, of course, also brought in by His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, as part of the 8 members of Parliament that he can bring in on his own volition. And of course, Patience Masua just recalling how she was introduced to that space and of course the benefit from being in there speaking for young Namibians. But nonetheless, we continue to bring you, of course, you know, the Heroes Acre will be the venue for the burial. That's the final resting place for His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob. Emil Sabeb is at the venue right now just to give us an update in terms of the preparations. Good morning, Emil. Good morning, Emil. How are the preparations coming along on that end?
Yes. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Beautiful imagery there from the Parliament Gardens. But now we are at the Heroes Acre, where preparations are in full swing. Just a moment ago, we saw a motorcade arriving. Now, at this particular point in time, I'm not sure whether it is the motorcade of the Vice President or the President, but they can be seen up there at the mausoleum where the remains of Dr. Hage Geingob is expected to be laid to rest. Now, earlier on, we also saw a very beautiful parade by the National Namibian Defence Force. They are rehearsing, and behind me is the setup of the crowd that is expected tomorrow. Now, the program for tomorrow, according to the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, Emma Diophilis, is expected to end by noon tomorrow. That is Sunday for the burial. Today we expect at the Independence Stadium's memorial, we expect speeches by the former 2 heads of states, President Pohamba, and of course the founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma. Of course, also since the 4th of February, when the president died, we have not heard anything from the First Lady. She's the one only tweeting on the 14th of February, that was their wedding anniversary, that she is still without words. Now today, according to the program that was shared by the ministry, the First Lady is also expected to pay tribute and share a message with the general public today. Now, the Heroes Acre holds very significant people are buried here that played an immense role in the independence of Namibia. Dr. Geingob will be the first president, sitting president, that will be buried at the Heroes Acre, among others. I will just ask Festus to again show us the mausoleum of the president. It would be interesting to go up there and maybe find out, are they doing an inspection? But the security around up there is quite tight. The tents are being set up. Now, the word is that the Heroes Acre can only accommodate about 5,000 to 6,000 people. If it is really pushed, up to 7,000 people. And the spokesperson of the Namibian Defence Force was also asking people to make use of today the memorial service at the Independence Stadium that can accommodate a larger crowd than what the Heroes Acre can accommodate. Ricardo, that is what I have for now. We will keep the Namibian nation informed, try to establish the motorcade that just arrived. But apart from that, the Heroes Acre right now, the presence of soldiers standing in honor, marching when the president or the presidential motorcade drove past, just arrived. Ricardo, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Emil, for that update there as well. Of course, we'll still stay in touch with Emil throughout the course of the day to provide us with more updates in terms of what's happening there at the Heroes Acre. Nonetheless, of course, the main focus still for this morning is the Parliament Gardens, the body of the President lying in state until 11 o'clock. At 11:30, the Namibia Defence Force will, of course, transport them to the Independence Stadium, where the memorial is expected to take place starting at 2 o'clock sharp. But before that, of course, the gates will be open of the Independence Stadium at 10 o'clock. This morning, that's at 10 o'clock in exactly 47 minutes. Then you'll be able to enter and already sit down, take up your position, and get ready for the memorial that will take place today. These are, of course, just visuals from the Parliament Gardens in Windhoek, the capital city. Parliament Gardens are seated at the legislature, the third branch of the Namibian government, where the lower and upper house are situated. And of course, those are live visuals from the different viewings that are from the different Namibians from all walks of life, young and old, coming to pay their last respects to the president. It doesn't seem
to be a let-up of the crowds.
It doesn't.
They are still coming through, a steady stream of people paying their last. And yet he's been lying in state since yesterday at 5 o'clock.
We're looking at about 14 hours and counting
and
so far.
And they are still streaming through it. It's absolutely incredible. And it's a measure of the esteem with which his people held him.
Quite an important one there, of course. People from all walks of life coming there just to come and pay their respects. Of course, we know since the body arrived, there hasn't really been any official ceremony of sorts at the Parliament Garden, but that has not deterred anybody from coming and, of course, paying their respects to their president and commander-in-chief. And that was, of course, since yesterday at around 6 o'clock. We've also seen some high-level officials, delegates from government. We saw, of course, the Minister of Health, Kalumbi Shangula, a bit earlier in the morning, just before 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm pretty sure he was probably looking for just an avenue to go by himself quietly and pay those last respects. The likes of Siza Namanje, who was also his personal counsel, also early in the morning, just between 6 and 7, also at the Parliament Gardens there as well. We'd like to urge you, if you're at home and you would like to go and pay your respects, you can do so. The body will still lie in state later today after the memorial at the Independence Stadium as well. But perhaps for most of us, the Parliament Gardens will be an easier access because of its location just by the central business district.
Yes, indeed. There's also public transport that has been provided by the city of Windhoek for anybody wishing to pay their last respects or wishing to attend the memorial service, which takes place this afternoon at Independence Stadium. So there is free transport, public transport available. Please make sure that you come in your droves to the Independence Stadium this afternoon for the memorial service, where several heads of state will be present. They will also give their messages, their tributes, etc. And apart from the heads of state, we also have heads of government and other VIPs like foreign ministers, etc., that will be giving their tributes and giving their country's tributes at the memorial service this afternoon. Tomorrow, the ceremony is shorter. In fact, it is only the president who will give a tribute. Then there will be the benediction, and then the president will give his last address, and then it will be. And then obviously it will be, the casket will be taken to the mausoleum. There are 2 mausoleums there, as we saw in the earlier pictures, and those are reserved for heads of state. So he will be laid to rest in one of those rooms at the mausoleum.
Sights and sounds there from the Parliament Gardens where the President's body is lying in state. As I mentioned a bit earlier on, we will be crossing over to different parts of the country to find out what the mood is on those ends. And for now, we cross over now to the Erongo region at the coast where Renate Ringura is standing by to update us on the latest on that end. Good morning.
Has actually a live streaming facility constituency put up a beautiful display, and they're just waiting for the community and the proceedings in Swakopmund to the Mondesa Multi-Purpose Center, and this is where the live in Swakopmund will be taking place. The people are still putting the final touches. There are two big screens, as you can see in the background, and so many seats just waiting for people to come. Arandes is having it at the Town Council Hall. There's also another ceremony taking place in Omaruru and Daures, as well as Karibib. Yesterday we saw gratitude by the regional council to travel to Windhoek so that they can witness the proceedings in person, because some of them are still, residents are still reeling in shock, and they would also just like to get pleasure. It's still for them, some of them are saying that it is still so simple. They just, well, and that's why to Windhoek. The mood, I would describe it as still somber, and the people are still
It seems like we're having a bit of a challenge there, a little bit with Renate as well. We will make sure to, of course, try to get back to her as well to get the latest in terms of what's going on there in the coast. We will be crossing over to other regions as well during the course of our broadcast, just to update you in terms of the latest in those regions. Of course, we have it on good authority in the next 10 to 15 minutes. The President of Kenya, William Ruto, will be touching down at Hosea Kutako International Airport. We'll definitely be crossing over and getting some visuals of that a little bit later on in the program. So for now, we're going to return now back to the Parliament where Denver Kisting is coming to us from.
Are arriving at Parliament Gardens to pay their last respects to the President. We earlier observed some singing of members of the public. Joining us for an overview of the role that President Geingob played, not only as the architect of the Constitution, but the role that he played in upholding the rule of law, is Windhoek-based legal practitioner, Mr. Kadila Amomo. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for making time to join us.
Good morning, Denver, and thank you for having me.
It's been a difficult 3 weeks for Namibia. Yesterday was particularly difficult. Today will not be any easier. What do you think President Geingob's death's impact will be on Namibia, on the country?
Well, it's a saddening loss indeed, but it provides us an opportunity to reflect on how lucky we are to have been sharing his space. How lucky we are to have been led by men of his caliber, especially one. He left our country in order to participate in the liberation struggle. You would recall, Denver, that President Geingob was one of the leaders of thought of the liberation struggle. In other words, he was more of the intellectual arm of the liberation struggle, which is why he was deployed by liberation struggle giants like Sam Nujoma to the United Nations to represent the United Nations. He was also the leader of the United Nations Institute in Zambia, which is very important because this institution produced the intellectual minds that will then govern our country once the liberation struggle was attained. Because during the liberation struggle, what is currently or previously known as the liberation struggle is usually associated with the armed liberation struggle. In other words, people associate the liberation struggle with only the militaristic view. But what is important, it was also crucial, is that once we attained independence, we were ready to govern. And President Geingob were one of those leaders who were with preparing the Namibian minds, Namibian young people, so that once we are attaining our liberation struggle, we have magistrates, we have doctors, we have all the intellectual people who will then govern our country. So it's not really surprising that you have these international leaders mourning our president up until the United Nations, because he was indeed an intellectual giant, both from a global point of view, but also from an African point of view. If we speak of intellectual giants, President Geingob is up there with the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, Amilcar Cabral, but also those who are still living like Thabo Mbeki. He is really one of those leaders of thought who have produced an intellectual space for our country to develop.
Let's take a closer look at that. So if we accept what President Geingob did in Zambia alongside other Namibians, paving the way for the ultimate administration, but certainly also governance of what is to become Namibia, how much of that work do we see today? How much of the effort that started then already is culminating in present day Namibia?
No, it's clear for all to see. I, for example, can speak of the legal fraternity. I had a conversation with one of our best magistrates, Mr. Shuveni, who currently presides in Katutura Magistrate Court. And he was one of the products of union in Zambia. And he really had good words, recollection about our president and how he capably led them at union. But Denver, you'd also recall that the judge president of the High Court yesterday authored a 7-page tribute to the president Hage Geingob, and he really states in that tribute how they were the beneficiaries of his leadership, even the Chief Justice himself. So Hage Geingob really, we should really be proud of his work because he has really produced young minds that then obviously came to Namibia and then laid out our intellectual infrastructure as far as the law is concerned, but also other fields. But I think what we should also take into account is that President Hage Geingob was the chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly. Now, this was a daunting task because at that time, we had many dissenting views. So he really...
Potentially a very inflammatory situation.
Exactly. And they managed really to produce a constitution which is now known as one of the best constitutions in the world.
Which they only did in 80 days.
Yes.
So there was immense time pressure.
Yes.
Amongst others, our constitution is held for Chapter 3, containing our Bill of Rights. How significant is that? Also bearing in mind that we attained independence before democracy dawned on neighboring South Africa, and that many are of the view that their supreme law is in fact based on ours as its older brother in terms of that?
Yes, it provided a blueprint for many other constitutions. You must remember that at the time, before independence, me and you, we could not sit as we are now having a discussion on a political leader.
At this particular geographical location, mind you.
Exactly. So we had political leaders who perished during the liberation struggle, people like Emmanuel Shifidi. Denver, you could not interview me at the morning space of Emmanuel Shifidi. We would be running for our lives, which is why we must never take for granted the Bill of Rights of the Namibian Constitution. It gives us rights, it gives us a platform to be human beings first of all, but also to achieve our potential as talented Namibians.
We have a responsibility, in fact.
We have a responsibility
to harvest that potential.
Exactly.
One of the fundamentals of a constitutional democracy relates to the rule of law. Could you please explain that to us in layperson's terms and the manner in which Dr. Geingob upheld that until his last breath?
The rule of law is a bloodline of any country. Without the rule of law, we will descend into anarchy and chaos. You would remember that there are many descending views which actually came to the fore during President Hage Geingob's tenure. Very, very difficult conversations were had. And we would remember President Hage Geingob for his accommodating posture in as far as descending views are concerned. Let me remind you, in 2015, young Namibians had resolved to occupy land in the city of Windhoek.
In the capital?
In the capital of Windhoek. We were one of those who led...
Unlawfully
at the time. But
yes.
And what we recall is that during June 2015, President Hage Geingob invited us to the State House.
Seeking audience with these very unhappy young people.
Yes, and he really made it a point to us that he was young as well. He too was as frustrated as we were. He also informed us that, look, he is happy with our activism. He obviously guided us to do it within the law. But the significance of that meeting is to demonstrate how President Hage Geingob was always willing to accommodate dissenting views. We were not the only one. We had fishermen in this country who were very, very angry at what happened to them. President Hage Geingob invited them to the State House, and they audience with him, and they had amicable resolutions. We had
the activists from the Shut It All Down movement.
Yes, as well as the taxi drivers in the public transport industry. They too were invited through Mr. Venner January at the State House. So that is unprecedented, and we hope that those who come after him learn on how to accommodate dissenting views.
I think it leads us to a very important matter. So the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, also established the three organs of government and prescribes that those should function independently without any undue interference, despite the manner in which the mechanics, the machinery of the administration also works for it to work. A president engaging dissatisfied taxi drivers, a president engaging dissatisfied young people threatening to illegally occupy land within the capital, a president engaging young people who've had enough in terms of the manner in which women and children are from their stance abused in this country. How is that in line with the role of the executive and the manner in which President Geingob executed his role as president?
No, he competently led the executive arm of government, but he also exercised restraint in not interfering with the work of other branches of government like the judiciary. You'd remember he is known to be a man of processes, is known to be a man of institutions. He was one of the presidents in Africa who really made it a point not to interfere with the work of the judiciary, whether or not he liked their pronouncements. He respected the judicial pronouncements. He did not interfere. You'd remember he once was taken to court because of his cancellation of a tender, the road tender, and the judgment was against him. and he respected that judgment. You'd also recall that there were a number of forces in society who called for interference when ministers were before our courts. The former Minister of Fisheries, the former Attorney General, and he made it known in his pronouncements that he will not interfere with the work of the judiciary, even if some of these are his comrades. This is unheard of. If you compare it to South Africa, for example, when comrades were being brought into book by the judiciary, we saw a number of interferences with the Office of the Prosecutor Generals, with the judges. This did not happen in our country, and that is simply because we were led by an intellectual constitutional giant, the late former President Geingob.
What do you believe the Namibia post Hage Geingob looks like, particularly in the constitutional sense, in this constitutional democratic sense, and in the legal sense?
Now, it looks promising because now we have precedents set by the late Hage Geingob that we must respect the judiciary, we must respect the work of Parliament, we must respect the work of the executive. These organs are checks and balances to one another, and therefore constitutionalism must be the supreme engagement platform for all Namibians. So all political leaders should learn from Hage Geingob, but not only politicians, also citizens as well as activists. We must all learn that we must give space to the judiciary to do its work, shouldn't interfere with it. Whether or not we are happy with their pronouncement, we should simply exercise our rights in terms of appealing and so forth.
Any final thoughts, Mr. Amomo, before we let you go? Perhaps some words of comfort for the widow, the children, the Geingob and Kalondo families, but also Namibians at large.
No, we extend words of comfort to the family. We wish to extend also gratitude for sharing him with us. You can tell that they are not given their private space. We are mourning together. They are not alone. But also when he was alive, he accommodated everyone, obviously at the expense of family time. But I also want to urge Namibian people, especially young people, to take it upon themselves to contribute to our society. Giants like Hage Geingob did so at very tender ages, 23, 24 years of age. That's a very young child who then decides to, or elects to go into exile, to fight for his country. You don't need to go into exile now. You simply need to participate, register to vote, participate in public discourse, just contribute to your motherland. Even if it is a dissenting view, the late President Hage Geingob would have been happy that you shared that view.
Dissenting views contribute to the jurisprudence of this country ultimately in any case.
Yes, and to nation building. We can not all speak of one voice. President Hage Geingob usually used to say, you make peace with your enemies, not with your friends. So that is why he was always willing to accommodate dissenting views, because without dissenting views, without robust engagement of political discourse in the country, we will not grow our jurisprudence and we will not grow our nation.
Do you believe that there's still room for improvement in that particular regard, for rigorous discourse to be enhanced?
Yes, there's room for improvement. We need more young people in Denver. We are currently being dominated by the old guard in terms of discourse. Young people are simply not coming to the fore. They are slowly but surely getting there, but only through social media. But they need to come to public meetings. They need to come and observe how Parliament works. They need to come to court and simply sit there and watch how cases are developing, and at the end of the day contribute to our nation building.
Tapandula Unene.
Shinagome.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your service to the Namibian nation, Mr. Amomo.
Thank you, Dana.
That was Mr. Kadila Amomo, a renowned legal practitioner based in Windhoek, talking to us about the role that President Geingob, as the chairperson of the Constituent Assembly that gave birth to the Constitution in 80 days, despite the difficult circumstances, and that ultimately that led to the 3 organs of state. But the rule of law is the bloodline, he says, of any functional democracy, and that is what President Geingob had been living, had been leading by example. Singing has started here in Parliament Gardens, just over an hour or so of the body lying state here in Parliament Gardens. before it is moved to the Independence Stadium, where the official memorial service is expected to take place starting at 2 in the afternoon, where the body will again lie in state during the course of the night until tomorrow morning, from where it will be moved to his final resting place. Many Namibians who are in Windhoek are making their way to Parliament Gardens, paying their last respect to President Geingob. His body is still lying in state in Parliament Gardens for the next hour or so. The Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Emma Theophilus, confirmed that the number of heads of state arriving in Namibia to pay their tribute to Dr. Geingob has increased. Earlier, 18 were expected in the country, and now we know that 24 heads of state will be in the country to pay their last respect to Dr. Geingob. We understand that the latest arrival is the President of Malawi.
The president of Malawi, President Chokera, has just landed at Eros Airport. We'll bring you those visuals as soon as we get them. And I would just like to remind the people in Windhoek that the pickup points
coming to you from the Eros Airport, where the Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has just landed. That is what we are being told by protocol. Also expected to land shortly after the Malawian President is President Emmerson Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe. Of course, Namibia, a friendly nation, has a lot of friends in SADC region, across the African continent, and of course globally. President Chakwera's parade has just been set up, and we can see him walking down the steps. Let's just take a moment to absorb the president arriving. Arriving now, that is President Chakwera from Malawi. Your Excellency, welcome to Namibia. You have come to bury a friend of Malawi, Dr. Hage Geingob. Do you have some words that you would like to share with the Namibian nation, the family?
I mourn with the family. Malawi mourns with the family and the nation. We mourn a giant that has passed before us. Thank you.
We mourn a giant that has passed. The words from President Chakwera, the head of state, accompanied by his wife, who just landed at the Eros airport shortly hereafter. We are still expecting Eswatini. We are expecting Zimbabwe heads of state to arrive. For now, we will just absorb the visuals of the parade moving away from the presidential jet, and then we'll cut back to studio.
The arrival of President Chakwera of Malawi and the First Lady of Malawi. I would just like to remind our viewers that there will be pickup points for the municipal buses, and you should be making your way to those buses in order to be ferried to Independence Stadium right about now, because the public should already be making its way to Independence Stadium. Now, you will be picked up. There will be buses at the Katitura East constituency, and that will be at the Ovambo bus stop. And then another one at Hakahana service station bus stop, Donkerhoek bus stop, New Buemis bus stop, police camp, Gemiente, Emmanuel Shifidi Secondary School opposite the open space, and then the Demara bus stop at Shanghai Street. Yes, and these are the pickup points that you will be able to, that you're seeing on your screens. So please make your way to those pickup points. In the Moses Garweb constituency, it'll be the corner of Ivory Coast and Enias Peter Nanyemba in Havana. And then you have Zambia Street and Madagascar Street, Cape Town Bar. And then there's another pickup point at Moses Garweb constituency office. That is opposite USAVE. And then the corner of Machichi Street and Nanyemba Street at Havana Four-Way. And then the Havana bus stop at Enias Peter Nanyemba. And then Hakahana Christian Ministries bus stop at Omulunga Street. And then another pickup point will be Hakahana bus stop at Omulunga Street. And then there's another pickup at Moses Garweb Primary School, another one at Ombili, Vurman and Brock, and another one at Epandula Open Space at Omuvapu Street. And then we go to the Samora Machel constituency. So there's a pickup point at Grino Matongo bus stop. There's another one at Oshakati service station. There's another one at Horianchab Dam bus stop. and another one at Machichi bus stop. And finally, in Samora Machel constituency, there's another one at Okapale. And then we move to the Tobias Hanyeko constituency. There'll be a pickup point at the Women's Center, and then there's another one at Onruo Epango. There's another one at Olieta Market. There's another pickup point at Kilimanjaro Church. And there's another pickup point at Reverend Paulus Goaseb at the four-way stop. And there's another pickup point at Okahanja Park Soccer Field. And there's another one at Tobias Hanyeko Constituency Office. And there's another one, there you go, there on the screen. There's another one at Ukuriangava. And then there's another one at Rank 8080. And also another one, T-Junction of Omuvapu and Reverend Paulus Goaseb. And then we go to the Commersdal constituency, Augustinium Secondary School Gates. Secondary School Gates, that's one of the pickup points. Commersdal Spa, that is the Bierkes Spa. Commersdal Stadium, 7 de Laan bus stop, Eerstelaan bus stop, Ochomise Shopping Center, and all of Ochomise 1, 2, and 3 bus stops, and the Dan Viljoen bus stop. In Windhoek West constituency, there is a pickup point at Bachbred Post Office. There's another one at UNAM. There's another one at NAST. And then at Rocky Crest Shopping Complex. And there's another one at Commerce Groove Hyper. And there's another one at Park Foods. And Windhoek East constituency, Sederhof bus stop, close to Shoebox and the playground. Eros Post Office, Computerland, Hida Center, that's in Klein Windhoek, and Oospenplatz Post Office. John Pandeni constituency, pickup point at Eshipena Secondary School, Wanaheda bus stop, Soweto Market, Penduka bus stop. Katatura, that we're going to cross over very soon to Blanche Goaseb, who is on standby. So quickly, there are pickup points as well at Katatura Central Constituency, Windhoek Rural Constituency, etc. So we're crossing over to Blanche. Blanche, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, President Bumba is currently in a meeting with the Emir of Qatar, that is Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, and his delegation who arrived yesterday in Namibia. Now, President Bumba is joined in the meeting, in the closed-door meeting, by the Prime Minister, Sarah Guongelwa Amadela, as well as Minister in the Presidency, Christine Huebes, and the Urban and Rural Development Minister, Erastus Utoni, who is the Minister in attendance for the Qatari delegation. Well, just a brief background. Namibia does have a number of Qatari companies, especially in the oil and gas sector, operating here. As you know, the oil deposits that were discovered along the onshore drilling, from the onshore drilling, the Total Energies company is a Qatari company. And also last year, just to mention, the late President Geingob was in Qatar, where during the meeting with the same leader of Qatar, that it was decided that the Qatar Airways would resume flights that were suspended because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as a result of the meeting with the late president last year, the flights did indeed resume and are still operating. So the details of the current courtesy call or the meeting, we will find out a bit later on once we have a chance to talk to a member of the delegation, as well as from the Namibian side. That's now Minister in the Presidency or the Prime Minister, Gugwengelwa Amadila, that is to shed more light or more details on the meeting that's now underway.
And thank you very much, Blanche Goroses, reporting from the old State House, where the Qatari delegation is paying a courtesy call to President Mbumbanagolo. Qatar is playing a very prominent role in Namibia's economy. For those who are not aware, Namibia made a recent oil discovery offshore Namibia. And this was done, or these discoveries were made by Total Energy, which is a French company, and Shell, which is a Dutch conglomerate. Now, Qatar has shares in these two companies. They have a large number of shares. So, yeah, and this is why Qatar actually does play a big role in economic role in Namibia. And I guess this is one of the reasons why they're paying a courtesy call on President Mbumba. They're also interested in getting involved in the green hydrogen project, which, as we may all be aware, was a pet project of the late president. He was very passionate about green hydrogen and had worked very actively to promote the coming to fruition of this green hydrogen project. We're now going to cross over to one of our reporters who is standing by. We're going to, we're crossing over to Lukman Kluter in the south. He is in the Karos region, in the capital of the Karos region, Keetmanshoop. Lukman, good afternoon, or good morning rather.
Residents of Keetmans will soon depart to Windhoek to attend the funeral of late Dr. Hage Geingob. The transport was provided by the Governor's Office in collaboration with the Karas region and role players in the transport sector. I have asked them how do they now feel being provided free transport to attend the services and why is it important for them to attend these services in person. So we'll hear from here about that.
We feel very much delighted for the fact that the transport has been provided via the Governor's Office in order for us to attend the memorial service, the last memorial service and the burial of the father of the Namibian House. Our late President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, was not just the president of the country, but he was also the father that tried by all means in order to build a harmonious Namibian house. Now, as our father is late, we just feel that it is important for us also to go and pay our last respect and also to honor the tribute that has been arranged by the different stakeholders, and also to say and acknowledge what he has done for us as Namibians. So we are saddened by his death, but we feel privileged in order to be transported and also to show our last respect to him.
We are honored. It's a profound honor to be able to go to the burial of our late president. Firstly, because our late president believed in inclusivity, and it shows
that nobody can be left out or nobody is left out. The government provided free transport, or the governor's office provide that free transport, and that shows that nobody should feel left out or nobody is left out. So it's an honor to be there in person. It's a way of showing respect, appreciation for what our late president has done for us.
Kan sitarami kan turun home sit ngobaniti ain hanu bakadi mais aromatsi sida di kai tui auna o khadi ain hanu tibata sida di president abata nisin oni komasi ba masi sida jeta governors overseeing sti kai tui karipistina rakan niti free transport nan komada kas aroma chitida kati kui ngasa mi utaki kaisra kan oni komasi batara di presidenta masisa van tui kwetsin arang uisa de mi ma watani na me piapti ha dira mi ko da uni komasi bara ma chida wan hobe sekiran aroma na kansa rakovan ui kai kansa.
These were the sentiments of the residents who benefit from the free transport. They express themselves saying it is a privilege to go and honor the late President Dr. Hage Geingob in person. The last speaker, I'll just sum up what she said. She was just grateful for the free transport that was arranged, and she also wanted to pay last respect in person.
That was Lukman Kluter speaking to some of the residents of Keetmanshoop in the Karas region. Thank you very much. So we continue and would like to welcome you again. If you've just joined us, this is the special live tribute broadcast for the funeral proceedings of the late President Dr. Hage Geingob. This is one of the most important aspects of the proceedings. The memorial service will take place this afternoon at 2 o'clock local time. The body has been lying in state at Parliament Gardens, where it was taken yesterday at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, local time. And it has lain in state the whole night, throughout the whole night. And people are still trickling in to pay their last respects to President Geingob. The casket will then make its way in a... The casket will then make its way in a military procession to... we're going to cross over now to State House, where President Mbumbanangolo is standing by. And he has just received the Emir of Qatar, Emir Al Thani, who, you know, is very vested in Namibia, has got business and economic interest in the country. In fact, until not so long ago, we had Qatar Airways that was coming to Namibia, was making Namibia one of its stops. Unfortunately, that came to an end. But the visit here, courtesy call, is very significant, especially given the fact that it's the Qataris who have a huge interest, notwithstanding their interest in the oil finds that have been found offshore Namibia.
Definitely. I mean, of course, Qatar, the global economic superpower right now as well, one of those countries that are really on the up and up in their region as well. And the conversation, I have it on good authority, in as far as the Qatar Airways is concerned, they will be back in our airspace. And I think sometime during this year, some of those legs will officially start flying, because I know that conversation was taking place towards the end of last year as well. And then we see, of course, the president with the minister in the presidency, Honorable Christina Nkwebes, accompanying him there, of course, and waiting for them there as well. We will be crossing over a bit later on to the State House once again, once they're ready to have a conversation with us.
As we were saying, earlier on, Ricardo, the crowd hasn't let up. They are still trickling through the Parliament gardens. And one wonders how all this crowd, one wonders how they're going to make their way to Independence Stadium, which is a fair distance away. Well, there are pickup points in town as well, but people should now really start making their way to Independence Stadium because the public is expected to...
No, the gates are open actually now at 10 o'clock.
Yes,
the gates are already open, so just make your way to the Independence Stadium and get ready for the ceremony to start. But for now, we're crossing back over to the State House as they are ready to have us.
Yes, the brief courtesy meeting with the Qatari delegation just concluded as heads of state and government from friendly countries continue to pay their condolences and last respects here in Namibia. And to tell us more about the overview as well as the rest of the lineup on President Bumba's calendar is the Minister in the Presidency, Christine Webers. Honorable Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Blanche. Now, today being the main national memorial service, where the life and times of the president will be related by not only Namibians but also his international friends and other foreign dignitaries. The lineup for today is that we will receive tributes from the party, support party, from the leader of the national opposition parties, as well as heads of state and government and foreign dignitaries. We are looking at people like the President of South Africa, who was very close to the President and a personal friend of the President, the late President, that is the President of Botswana, Dr. Masisi, as well as the SADC chairperson, who is the President of Angola, among others. The AU chairperson will also speak. So there will be a lot of tributes today from international guests and so on.
Now, Minister, just finally, from the preparations point of view on government side, just as you mentioned that there will be friends and personal friends and other heads of state and government have started arriving in the country. From government's side, just the update on the preparations.
Preparations are going well. We are expecting between 40 to 50,000 people to gather at the Independence Stadium today. And we are ready as government to receive them and to take care of everybody's needs. So in terms of catering, in terms of seating arrangement, in terms of processing them through the gates and everything, it has been taken care of. Yes.
Thank you so much, Minister, for the update.
Thank you. Welcome.
Minister in the Presidency, Christine Webers, just providing an update on the activities of President Nangulo Mbumba, as well as the preparedness of government in terms of receiving and hosting the international dignitaries who are in the country or who are arriving in the country to come and pay their last respects to the late President Dr. Hage Geingob. Back to the studio as we continue to other sites to gauge views and also to broadcast.
Expected to arrive at this very airport. President Emmerson Mnangagwa from Zimbabwe is the next that we are expecting to welcome to pay their final respects to Dr. Hage Geingob, whose funeral is then tomorrow. Earlier on, I spoke to President Lazarus Chakwera, who says a giant has fallen. Of course, it speaks volumes, the number of heads of states, particularly from the SADC region, that have come here to attend the official memorial to bury their colleague, their brother, whom most of them refer to. The parade will just march away now, clearing the runway. It's about a 10-minute difference as the air traffic is really busy in the airspace of Namibia. Dr. Hage Geingob really has done a lot, made friends, always emphasizing that Namibia is indeed a friendly country. We will attempt to speak to Emmerson Mnangagwa, the president of Zimbabwe, when he lands, just to gauge and understand what was the relationship between Namibia and Zimbabwe. The two also had a personal relationship. But for now, we cut back to studio while we wait for the Zimbabwean delegation led by Emmerson Mnangagwa to land.
Well, of course, there we go. Thank you very much, Emil Seibe. Emil has been quite busy this morning. I think a few minutes ago he was at the Heroes Acre. I would like to use this mode of transport to get to the airport so quickly. But nonetheless, thank you very much for that update, Emil, bringing us there. Emmerson Mnangagwa, Lesotho Prime Minister, of course, arriving there as well. So we will have quite a number of those over the next couple of hours there as well. Earlier on, we were also told that the Kenyan President William Ruto, of course, also entered the airspace as well. So we're going to have quite a number of high-level delegations that will be coming in during the course of the day, just before the memorial takes place as well. We, of course, also know this morning that the president from DRC will also be landing, Felix Tshisekedi. Tshisekedi has been president of DRC since the 24th January in 2019 and is the leader of the Union for Democracy and Social Progress there in the DRC as well. Quite a very, very important player within the Southern African Development Community. We know, of course, in the past, under the tutelage of Dr. Geingob, while he was Prime Minister, we had sent troops over to the DRC to intervene in that civil conflict in the eastern part of the country there as well. So the consistent flare-up, of course, and the concern for the SADC region, and the matter that was handled very, very closely by Dr. Geingob when he was the chairperson of the Southern African Development Community as well. Also, SADC itself being represented at the highest level by the executive director of the Secretariat, which is based, of course, in Gaborone, Botswana as well. We, of course, already have arrivals that are commencing at the Independence Stadium. I just quickly want to take you through just the program in terms of that, you can see the public already, of course. We were told that the gates will be opened at 10 o'clock. It's 10:26, and already we can see the public has started arriving for the memorial service of the president. So at 10 o'clock, general public arrives. Guard of honor, of course, expected to be there at 10:45 in the next 20 minutes from now. Service chief expected to arrive at 11 o'clock this morning. At 10 past 11, dignitaries will, of course, start coming. And then 11:15, members of the diplomatic corps. That is, of course, all our ambassadors, etc., will be arriving from 11:15 in the morning. Of course, at 20 past 11, Chief Emmanuel Knasep, the chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, will arrive. That will be followed by the secretary to the cabinet, Dr. George Samata, somebody who has worked quite closely with the president for most of his public service life as a public executive. Of course, also worked in his personal office as the prime minister, and now he is the secretary to cabinet, responsible for the administration of the executive branch of government, of course, which is the cabinet. Immediately after him at 11:30, Her Worship Queen Kamati, the mayor of the city of Windhoek, will arrive. Of course, the city of Windhoek, as the host, according to protocol, will officially also be recognized as part of the arrivals, alongside the regional governor, Honorable McLeod Kashira, the governor of the Khomas region as well. After that, at 11:40, the members of parliament are expected to arrive, and that will be led by Honorable McHenry Venani, a member of parliament and the leader of the official opposition as well. Remember, he was also announced as one of the pallbearers of the late president's casket as well. Of course, we know that McHenry Venani is the president of the official opposition, but even though they were at loggerheads politically on the opposite aisles, politically, they were still very, very close personally as well.
Yes, well, that is the whole point of being a political adversary, is that you're going to be at loggerheads at one point or the other. But they were close, as you say. Yeah, he considered Venani considered him his older brother. Yeah, and
for him to be selected, of course, to be a pallbearer, also just another masterclass in political maturity.
Dr. Hage's son, Mangaliso, is also one of the pallbearers, yes, as is Alpheus Naruseb. I know that they were pretty close. Alpheus was pretty close to the president. Yeah, who else are the other pallbearers?
The other pallbearers as well. I'll just share some of those names as well. We know that there are, of course, high-ranking officials from the Defence Force as well that make up part of those pallbearers. We'll give you all the details a little bit later on in the program.
Well, I have the list here.
Oh, you have the list?
Yes.
There we go.
The retired Lieutenant General Martin Shali will also be one of the pallbearers. They go back a long way. They go back. Charlie was a major figure in the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, which was SWAPO's military wing. And Martin Charlie was a fairly distinguished commander in plan. And so obviously he would have interacted quite intimately with Hage Geingob, who was based in Lusaka.
Of Defence Force as well.
Yes, exactly. And of course, that's why I'm saying their relationship dates, way before they came here. The other one, worth noting, the other pallbearer, of course, is Ben Amadilla.
Yes.
And Ben Amadilla and Hage also come a long way. They come from the days of exile, and they were both in the hierarchy of the liberation movement, SWAPO. So they interacted very intimately at that level as the leaders of SWAPO. They would obviously meet during meetings. Amadela was based in Lusaka, and of course Hage was also based in Lusaka. So they would meet quite regularly and intimately, as it were. Yeah. So.
quite a distinguished, even if you look at Ben Amadilla, of course, his history, having the previous offices that he had occupied there as well, formerly the Minister of Information and Communication as well.
Trade and Industry.
Trade and Industry. They're very, very distinguished struggle stalwart. From 1990 to 1993, he served as the Minister of Trade and Industry, like you mentioned, and moved to the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, under the cabinet, of course, of the former or founding president, Sem Nujoma as well. Yeah, so he was, of course, a member of the National Assembly as well, and also a member of the Pan-African Parliament. So quite distinguished in as far as that is concerned, and his liberation struggle credentials, like you said, of course, are unquestionable.
Yes, absolutely.
He's part of the cohort at Tanga in Tanzania, as you mentioned a bit earlier on, yes.
If you could call it as such, cohort. Although Geingob didn't spend time in Tanganyika, as I know a lot of people think that he is part of the Tanganyika, so-called Tanganyika group. No, he didn't spend any time in Tanganyika. And if he did, it was to pass through on his way to studying. Like so many of them that came through Tanganyika in the early 60s, they were virtually passing through on their way to furthering their education. One of the few people who passed through, well, who remained in Tanganyika and didn't take up the offer of scholarships was former President Pohamba, the founding father, the late Minister of Defense, Peter Bushange, and also Ambassador to China. And these are the people who didn't take up the offer to go and study. And yet there were hundreds of scholarships that were made available to SWAPO at the time. And they just said no, they will stay and fight. Okay, so so that's what happened. They decided, no, we're going to stay and we're going to fight for the struggle. We're going to continue the struggle and fight it from here. So while their younger colleagues went to study, they remained. Yeah. So a lot of them just passed through Tanganyika and didn't actually stay here. I believe we'll be crossing over soon to...
We'll be crossing over soon, of course, to Independence Stadium as well. The Shisha Mufungo on standby on that end. As I was mentioning a bit earlier on, around 10 to 12, we'll start seeing some cabinet ministers arriving as well. The newly sworn in Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madame Mutorwa, Honorable John Mutorwa, expected to arrive at noon, at 12. And of course, after him, the arrivals will be quite swift. As we know, His Lordship Peter Shivuda, Chief Justice, will be arriving. Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, the chairperson of the National Council, and Madam Muha will be arriving at 10 past 12. At 12:15, we're expecting Honorable Professor Peter Kashavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, to arrive. And of course, the Right Honorable Dr. Sarago Ngwela Madila, the Prime Minister of the country, and Mr. Amadila arriving at around 20 past 12. And that will be followed by the Vice President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, and the Lieutenant General retired Ndaitwa, of course, accompanying her as well. Heads of state and government and other foreign dignitaries will also be arriving from 12:35 to 1:35, the official guests, the foreign guests. And then we'll have, of course, the arrival of Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, second president, and Madame Pohamba, as well as His Excellency Dr. Sem Nujoma, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, also arriving at 20:22. So from there, of course, we're just expecting the family and the former First Lady, and then finally the mourner-in-chief to arrive at the stadium at 2 o'clock sharp. That's when we're expecting to open the memorial with national and African.
Yes, so you can see, that's just gone off shot now of screen, but you could see the military preparing the grand carriage and the glass enclosure where the coffin is then going to be taken to Independence Stadium, where they are going to begin proceedings fairly shortly. In another 3 hours, proceedings are going to begin. But people are already filling the stadium, as they should be, because the gates opened at 10 o'clock, and people, the public, is please encouraged to make their way to the stadium. It's going to be chock-a-block. It's going to be full. So if you want to get an early seat, or you want to get a seat, please make your way to the stadium now, because otherwise it's going to be full and you may not get a seat. So please do so. I believe that Hofni Hamfungo is standing by at Independence Stadium.
Yeah, Dishishi is standing by at Independence Stadium. We're going to be crossing over to him. Dishishi, are you ready for us?
Apparently, no, Dishishi is not quite ready. Tomorrow, Ricardo, we're going to be having the second leg, the second and final leg of this funeral, where the president is going to be laid to rest at Heroes Acre in one of the mausoleums that are there. Yes.
I think Dishishi is ready now to talk to us from Independence Stadium as well. Good morning, Dishishi.
All right, very good morning, Nora. Very good morning, Ricardo. Thank you so much. We're here at the Independence Stadium, where in a few moments we are expecting, that is, of course, the official memorial service of the late President, Dr. Hage Geingob, to arrive here, to take place here at the Independence Stadium. Of course, a venue where 9 years ago, the late Dr. Geingob was sworn in as the third President of the Republic of Namibia. And today, this will be a final farewell before, of course, he is buried tomorrow at the Heroes Acre. As you can see behind me, quite the hive of activity, as, of course, the organizers are just applying a final few touches before the program kicks off this afternoon at 2 p.m. You can also see much of the stadium, especially on the western side of the pavilion, is filled. The general public has been arriving as of 10 o'clock this morning. Of course, they are also here to bid, and of course, their final farewells to, that is, the late President Geingob. Of course, quite an interesting packed program expected this afternoon. The general public has been arriving as of 10, and as of 11 o'clock, we are expecting the dignitaries to arrive here. Of course, many dignitaries expected, not only from Namibia, but from the African continent and abroad, as you see in those arrivals as of yesterday already. But from 11 o'clock, you'll really see activity starting to take place here. We're expecting members of the diplomatic corps to be present. The chief, that is Emmanuel Gassep, chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, to be present here today as well. Furthermore, Secretary to Cabinet, Dr. George Simata, Laura McLeod Kashirwa, Governor of the Commerce Region, as well as the Mayor of the City of Windhoek, that's Her Worship Queen Kamati. Furthermore, Member of Parliament and Leader of the Official Opposition, McHenry Vernani, also expected to be here. Of course, he too was a close friend of the late Dr. Geingob and is one of the pallbearers, that is, for these proceedings, and of course, as the nation bids farewell to the third president. Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, is expected to be arriving here as of 22:12 as well. And then we're also expecting cabinet ministers to be present. Of course, John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Works and Transport, as well as Madam Mutorwa, to be present here as well. His Lordship, Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, will also be here. Furthermore, we also know that that is Chairperson of the National Council, that is Lucas Muha, as well as Madam Muha, will also be present here today. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Peter Kashavivi, will also be present here today, of course, a dear friend of the late Dr. Geingob. Furthermore, we are expecting the Prime Minister, Dr. Sarah Kuhongwela Madila, who is also a Director of Ceremony for today, alongside Franz Kapofi. They will be, of course, leading the proceedings for today. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President, Vice President of, that is, the Republic of Namibia, as well as of the SWAPO Party, will be here. She will be joined by, that is, a Lieutenant General retired, that is, Ndaitwah, to be present here. Of course, at this particular point at 12:35, we are expecting much of the heads of state as well as governors and other foreign dignitaries to make their way to the Independence Stadium or arrive here at the Independence Stadium. The former president and second president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, will also be joined by Madam Pohamba here. Furthermore, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, that's Dr. Sam Nujoma, as well as Madam Nujoma, will also be present here for today's proceedings. And as of 10 to 2, we are expecting the arrival of, that is, the former First Lady and widow, Madam Monica Geingob, the children, grandchildren, and representatives of the family to make their way. And according to this official program, we're expecting the casket to also arrive at that time. That's 10 to 2 with the family. And then we're also expecting, that is, the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the country and Chief Mourner, as well as, that is, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, to be present here and also be joined, that is, by Madam Mbumba, our First Lady. Proceedings will begin off with, that is, the National and African Union anthems as of 2 p.m. and we are expecting a number of tributes as well. Ndita Ngibondoka Rabiati will be speaking on behalf of the children and grandchildren. We're expecting performances by the Namibian Defense Force military band. McHenry Vanani, Member of Parliament and leader of the official opposition, will also be making a statement during that period. We're expecting statements as well from, that is, the Vice President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the Second President, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the Founding President, Dr. Sam Nujoma, will also be making statements. And of course, some of the heads of state and other foreign dignitaries will also be paying their respects to President Geingob. That is pretty much what the program looks like for this afternoon. But as you can see, preparations are well underway. I must say that things are ready to kick off here at the Independence Stadium for the official memorial service before President Geingob is laid to rest at the Heroes Acre. People are slowly but surely trickling in. The stadium is filling in, as you can see there by the visuals on your screen. We are expecting quite a number of people here by the time that the official proceedings kick off at 2 p.m. We'll continue to provide you updates around the clock as things unravel here. We'll also be sitting down with the Executive Director within the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology, that's Dr. Audrey Mate, just to provide us with further insight into what we can expect for today. Of course, it is a very, very important day for Namibia, a very important day for the Geingob family as we bid farewell to this giant of a man, this giant of a politician who has contributed immensely to this country. And of course, these proceedings will be observed under the theme, inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict. Of course, a common phrase uttered by the late Dr. Hage Geingob. For now, that's all I have for you. I will be, of course, back in a bit with further updates.
Thank you very much, Nishishi, for that.
Yeah, thank you, Nishishi. Yes, we were saying that the stadium is beginning to fill up, and people are slowly making their way to Independence Stadium. And if they're there as early as 10 o'clock, it promises to be chock-a-block. So hopefully it's going to be really packed. And they're already making their way to the stadium, which is a good sign.
It is a really, really good sign. I think one of these, when I see scenes like that, it really reminds me of just after independence, you know, during school, with beginning of the year, there are two things you always used to look forward to. That's the athletics and then the Independence Day on the 21st of March, just getting in that bus and heading to the stadium to go and see President Sam Nujoma speak. And I think that's the beauty of the democracy and what it has brought for some of us.
Absolutely. I was mentioning earlier, Ricardo, that we haven't really spoken about, at least in depth, about late President Hage Geingob. We have heard, obviously, many tributes coming from around Namibia and even outside the borders of Namibia. But who was the person? What was his political journey? How did it begin? Where was he educated? I think that's something that you could possibly tell us, Ricardo?
Yeah, definitely. No, that's one thing that we can reflect, really reflect on in terms of the performance politically as well as the background and education. But I think just to look back on it, he was born, of course, we know that the birth date was on August, 3rd of August, 1941,
right.
as everybody was talking about, in the district of Grootfontein. And Dr. Geingob began his schooling in Otavi in the year 1948. And if you just look at the timelines, you can actually tell that the former Minister of Justice, Bendukene Itana, said that the brain was the size of the man's body as well, meaning that he was very, very intelligent. So in 1958, he attended the Augustinian College, where the first seeds of political consciousness were planted. As a student at the Augustinian College, the young Hage led a strike against the unfair treatment of students during that time already. And in 1961, he completed his teacher's training, after which he started teaching and partaking, of course, also in SWAPO activities. And basically just a year after joining the party, he already left for exile. That is, of course, commencing in Botswana, where he joined other freedom fighters in pursuit of the independence of Namibia. And then Dr. Geingob, of course, left for Leopoldville in Kinshasa, in Congo. And was eventually offered a scholarship in 1964 in the United States of America, and that's where he schooled, of course, at the Temple University.
Actually, let me just talk about Temple University. It had a very unique program, Temple University, where it had a secondary school where it took in African students to bridge their education before they actually entered university. So they had the secondary school, and they all went through Temple University, the secondary school, to then make sure that they attained a level, particularly in mathematics, a level that allowed them then to enter university. So the late Katetire Kaura went through Temple, Ruruako went through Temple, Hidipo Mutenya went through Temple, Ben Gurira went through Temple, and of course Hage, and I suspect Moses Tendure as well. So they all went through Temple, which just indicates to you the poor quality of the education that they had received
during that time,
at home. Precisely. You know, so they had to go through this bridging
course before they do the actual program, to be able to have the competency to do the actual
to go to
program.
university. Absolutely.
That's a very, very serious. And so it just shows Bantu education wasn't doing what it was supposed to do during that time.
Absolutely.
Or perhaps doing what it was supposed to. Well, he was appointed as a SWAPO party representative to the Americas and United Nations during the time as well, combining his duties, of course, as a freedom fighter and petitioner to the United Nations. Dr. Geingob obtained a BA in political science from Fordham University in New York in 1970. Now, 1970 is, if you can look at it, and look at his age, was 1943, so at 27, he already graduated, and then later read for a master's in international relations in the New School for Social Research in 1974. So was quite keen and quite focused on making sure that he gets his education and out of the way as well. And I remember this is the same time while you're also petitioning and you are representative to liberate a whole country back in Africa. And this is by the time that you're only turning 31 that this is happening at that point in time. So it just really shows his determination and ambition as a young man. He also obtained his Doctor of Philosophy from Leeds University in the UK in 2004. And that is a very, very poignant, I think that we need to highlight a little bit because of the title of his thesis. And this is where the Namibia House comes from. The whole thinking around Namibia House comes from there.
Absolutely. I'm afraid we're going to have to interrupt you, Ricardo. The president of Zimbabwe has just landed at Eros Airport, and we're going to cross over to Emil Sebeb, who is standing by.
We are witnessing the arrival of President Emmerson Mnangagwa. Of course, the Namibian delegation comprises the Minister of Defense. Mnangagwa won the elections last year in Zimbabwe. Namibia was in fact the first country to congratulate President Emmerson Mnangagwa. It's quite a unique friendship that the two countries share. He's here to bury the president, attend the memorial that is scheduled to start this afternoon. President Mnangagwa is not expected to speak at the memorial, but the unique friendship between the two countries, that is Zimbabwe and Namibia, share a very, very long history. And we'll attempt to speak to him to find out how deep does this relationship go between the two nations. Now we'll just take a moment and absorb the president embarking. President Mnangagwa is the third head of state to arrive this morning at the Eros Airport. We earlier welcomed Lazarus Chakwera of Malawi, and we also welcomed the Prime Minister of Lesotho. He is the third head of state and government arriving with his delegation in Windhoek to attend and bury his brother, his friend, Dr. Hage Geingob. A situation that Namibians still collectively are mourning, collectively trying to make sense of Dr. Geingob's passing. We now see the head of state, Emmerson Mnangagwa, the president of Zimbabwe, accompanied by his first lady. Being greeted there by the Zimbabwean ambassador to High Commissioner to Namibian High Commissioner to Zimbabwe, Ambassador by like earlier mentioned, Namibia and Zimbabwe obviously having a special relationship. We will attempt to get a comment from the Zimbabwean head of state, President Emmerson Mnangagwa. President, if you could maybe tell us the relationship between the two nations, Zimbabwe and Namibia.
Well, the relationship between our two countries began many years ago. We first became partners around 1962 when we were liberation movements, establishing ourselves in Lusaka as well as Dar es Salaam. And then we fought the war of liberation together. there was the group of 6 of liberation movements, that is ZANU from Zimbabwe, we had 2, ZANU and ZAPU. Then we had SWAPO from West Africa. We had MPLA from Angola. We had FRELIMO, Mozambique, and also PGCC in Northwest Africa. Together as liberation movements, we collaborated until we got independence at various times. But SWAPO got independence later than most. Yes, of course, in the same manner, South Africa, ANC, they got that democratic transition later on. When MPLA, ZANLA, Zimbabwe, FRELIMO, GCC in the north, all had our independence. We continued to collaborate both as political parties. Currently, there is our grouping under the Secretary Generals of the liberation movements. Continuously we meet. Now at personal level, I have personally worked with most, in fact all of the SWAPO leadership from President Muyoma in 1964, 1965. We used to work together in Dar es Salaam. But of course I then left to begin our liberation war in Zimbabwe. In that process, we had institutions in Zambia. Also, SWAPO had its own institute in Lusaka. And my dear brother, the late President Hage, Geingob, was director there. So this is as early as 64, 65, 66, that time. And we've continued to collaborate and work together. So to me, it was like an elder brother and young brother as we worked together. The liberation movements continue to collaborate. And we as liberation movements, the crop of our leaders who brought about independence in the region, we continue to collaborate. We continue to make sure that the younger generation, which is there now, should uphold Pan-Africanism, should uphold the dignity of an African, should uphold total independence of our people. And together, we should be able to support each other as a region, as a continent, and of course our voice at the United Nations, we always collaborate. With regard to my dear brother Geingob, is among the few leaders when we go to the United Nations who used to speak openly against sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe. In every speech he made at the United Nations, he made sure he appealed to those who have imposed sanctions on us to remove them unconditionally. So now we from Zimbabwe have lost a pillar of support from this giant comrade president, the late President Geingob. He was one of the solid supporters of Zimbabwe in terms of fighting against the oppression of sanctions on my country.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That is President Emmerson Mnangagwa, the head of state of Zimbabwe, of course, saying that Dr. Geingob's voice was very loud and could be heard at the United Nations when he spoke out about against the sanctions that is imposed by the West on Zimbabwe. He says the friendship runs deep and is a lengthy one. Of course, Dr. Geingob was also the first leader in the region, if not the continent, to congratulate Emmerson Mnangagwa when he won the elections last year. Back to the studio.
Thank you. Okay. The guard stepping away there, President Emmerson Mnangagwa from Zimbabwe making his arrival. We will be having plenty of those during this morning, and we'll of course bring you the coverage as we go along. Emil Sabeb coming to us live from there. What we know, of course, also now I have it on good authority. I'm being informed that Major General Aktofel, the commander of the army, has informed the public, of course, that the body will start moving anytime soon. So, of course, the viewings at Parliament Gardens are being stopped right now. We will be giving you some visuals from that side as we speak, of course. So the Namibian Defence Force now in full control, and they will be taking custody of the casket of the president, and the casket, of course, will lead using the ceremonial route procession from Parliament Gardens all the way up to the Independence Stadium. Independence Stadium, of course, also a very symbolic location. Independence Stadium is the stadium where the first swearing in, of course, of the founding father took place. The independence celebrations of the country have been taking place there since 1990. It is, of course, also the venue where the late president was sworn in for the first time as the president of the Republic of Namibia in 2015, the 21st of March. Now, at the same time as well, another significance that this venue holds is the fact that that venue, of course, is also the home of the Brave Warriors, the Namibia's national football team, something which the late president was so affectionate about, and that he was so involved in. We heard of stories, the Festus Munjwa, who was, of course, also one of those lecturers that the United Nations Institute of Namibia, UNIN, was narrating to us last week how he arrived in New York in the 80s, and he was surprised how Hage Geingob, the president, of course, knew during that time, even though he was in exile, gone for many years, that he could relay the local football teams, who are some of the most popular players, etc., etc. So even while he wasn't in the country for over a decade, he was still following local football here in the motherland while he was still in New York. So the Independence Stadium, of course, one of those grounds that are very special in the body politic of the Republic of Namibia, and that's where his body will be moving very soon. As you can see now, you're witnessing the Virgil Guard getting the casket ready before the casket, of course, moves from that location. And I was mentioning a little bit earlier on, we were reflecting a bit on his education as well, talking about how he obtained his Doctor of Philosophy from Leeds University in the United Kingdom in 2004 with his thesis titled State Formation in Namibia, Promoting Democracy and Good Governance. And where in this thesis he lays out the thinking, the foundational and philosophical posturing around the Namibian House. That's where the Namibian House features in his thesis in 2004, as if one would say that he was prophesying the presidency that he would ascend to 10 years from that date in 2014. Now, the concept of the Namibian House, of course, not only came up in his PhD in 2004, but we were also informed by Dr. Mate that already in 1997, he had written a letter to the producers here at the NBC Talk of the Nation, where he relayed the issue around the Namibian House as well. There we go, as you're seeing the shots on the right-hand side of the screen, the arrival now of the president of Burundi, General Evariste. He has made his way to Namibia there as well, of course, to come and pay condolences. We will be crossing over to Emil Sabeb just to get some vox pops and, of course, a reaction from the president of Burundi. That's coming down the stairs just now as well. Burundian president, of course, coming down here. We know that we are expecting at least 18 presidents. At least 18 presidents is what we are expecting. Of course, 27 delegations representing the heads of state and countries as well. That's incumbent President Evariste Ndayishimiye. He is, of course, the President of the Republic of Burundi. He's also the Commander-in-Chief of their National Defense Force, and the Office of the Presidency, of course, established by Michel Mukombero when Burundi was declared a republic on the 28th of November in 1966, of course, one of the earlier countries to gain independence on the continent. The first constitution, of course, specified the powers of that only in 1974, though, and with some revisions in 2005 as a result of the Arusha Accords after the Burundian Civil War. The current president, of course, Evariste Ndayishimiye, has been in power since 18 June 2020. And there we see, of course, a procession of what is happening and how he is being received there at the Hosea Kutako International Airport. That's the Burundian president, of course, also a former a member of the National Defense Force there in Burundi. In fact, he is a highly ranked general within the Defense Force before moving into politics and becoming head of state in 2020. At the same time as well, you can see on your screen that the Defense Force, the Namibia Defense Force, is getting ready to move the casket of the president, and it will be done in the ceremonial route procession as yesterday, and that will be heading over, of course, to the Independence Stadium. In terms of how that procession is organized, we are, of course, joined by Colonel Shilumbu from the Namibia Defense Force Public Relations Office. He will, of course, be part of the broadcasting team for the memorial service to just assist us to understand some of the military terms and the procession, the structure and the makeup of the procession, which cars are part of it, in which order are they going to be proceeding to the Independence Stadium, and of course just explaining to us also the importance of the order in which the convoy or the motorcade will be arranged that will take the casket of the late president to Independence Stadium. On your right-hand side, we just witnessed now, that's the private plane of the Burundian president, General Evariste Ndayishimiye. The politician has served as president of Burundi since 2020. He, of course, if you look at his history and his resume, he is a member of the Defense Force for quite a long time, a highly ranked army general in the Defense Force of Burundi, coming to come and pay respects to our president, the nation, of course, and the former First Lady as well. As I mentioned a bit earlier on, Colonel Shilumbu is here in the studio from the Public Relations Office of the Ministry of Defense. Very good morning to you, Colonel, and thank you so much for making time out to join us.
Good morning, Ricardo, and good morning, Namibia.
Well, let's start off first, of course. We know just now, a few minutes ago, General Nambao informed the public that the public viewings have stopped here and they need to proceed to the Independence Stadium. Can you just take us through what is happening right now at Parliament Gardens?
Okay. What's happening right now, the Vigil Guard Commander has communicated the information to the Army Commander that it's almost time for them to move. And he has to report to the Army Commander, and at the same time, the Army Commander is reporting to the Chief Military Mourner, who is now the Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambolu Pinias, so that the casket can be taken to Independence Stadium for the memorial service. I just wanted to highlight to you or to the viewers also that as from 5 o'clock this morning, the number of members of the public picked up. It reduced between 4:30, quarter to 4, up to 5:30. The number reduced, but then from 5 o'clock it picked up until now. That's why most of members of the public really make time in the morning, early hours, to come and pay their last respect. We just witnessed the pallbearers and bearers. Currently, it's the bearers on the side of the casket. They are preparing now the casket to be loaded on the gun carriage, and then immediately after that, the Vigil Guard Commander, Air Commodore Andima Iyambo, who's from Air Force, is now even narrating or giving some instructions to the NDF Sergeant Major Batista Pea, so that they can take the casket and load it on the gun carriage.
In terms of that, once it's loaded on the gun carriage, talk to us about the composition of the motorcade, particularly for those that did not tune in yesterday.
Okay. Immediately once the casket is loaded on the gun carriage, it will be pulled, or the gun carriage will be pulled by an RG-32 APC, which is Armored Personnel Carrier, and then it will get into the formation. The formation will be as follows. There is no change from what we have witnessed yesterday. There will be those Army Provost vehicles in front, but before them there will be the sweepers, which is the Namibian police motorbikes and the city police, followed by the Army Provost vehicles, followed by the 2 APC as forward protection, and then there will be the chaplain vehicle, which is the Agarare, and then after the Agarare, it will be now the RG-32 armed personal vehicle that will now pull the gun carriage, and then followed by the whole procession, the delegation, as of yesterday, until at Independence Stadium for the memorial service.
In terms of the speed at which they will travel as well, will that remain constant like yesterday?
The speed will be the same, exactly the same speed, and it's a speed between 20 and 35 kilometers per hour. So it's not a high speed at all. You cannot carry the casket on a gun carriage and then you speed or you drive a high speed. That is very dangerous to the casket also. So they should maintain exactly the same speed as of yesterday.
So once we arrive now at the venue for the memorial, what are some of the activities that will take place from the side of the Defence Force to get us ready for the ceremony itself?
Immediately, the procession arrives at Independence Stadium. The Guard of Honor will receive the casket officially at the Independence, where the commander will give a command for national salute, and then the casket will be placed at this position, and then immediately the procession will kick off.
But for this time around at the stadium, there will not be a handover from the CDF to the chief mourner like it was at State House yesterday?
No, there will be no handover, because this is a continuation of the program.
Of what started yesterday?
Yes, so there will be no handover. It's immediately that the national salute will be commanded by the Guard of Honor commander, and then immediately the program will start.
We know, of course, during Independence Day celebration, we always have the contingency of the Defence Force present on the field. The Navy will be represented, the police will be represented, the Army will be represented, the Air Force will be represented. Is that also going to be the case for the memorial, or will it be a bit different this time around?
This time around, it will be different. At the Independence Stadium, there will be only the Guard of Honor, plus the Vigil Guards. They will be still at the Independence Stadium. The other troops, the components that you have mentioned, the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy, those ones will be present only tomorrow for the funeral. And that is called now, this time around, it will be an escort. The escort will be a composition of the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy of a brigade strength. And that brigade strength will be commanded by Brigadier General Orange, the General Officer commanding Air Defense Brigade in Windhoek. He will be the escort commander. And he will be deputized also by Group Captain Samu from Air Force Air Base in Grootfontein.
One of the interesting things, of course, we know that there is one or two activities also that happens during the memorial service. You were talking about a fly past, not something similar to what we usually do during Independence Day, but a different arrangement this time around. Talk to us about that.
This time around, we will have a main missing fly salute. It's a fly salute. It's not a fly past, but it will be a fly salute. Yes. Whereby we'll have about 7 K-8s jet fighters. They will fly from west of Windhoek to east, meaning as you are at Heroes Acre, on the western side of Heroes Acre to the east. That's where they are going to fly from. Now, the formation they are going to fly, it's a Vic formation, meaning they will have about 3 K-8 jet fighters in front and another 3 jet fighters in the rear, with 1 jet fighter leading as a leader. Now, during that process, while they are flying, at a certain point, the leading aircraft will be disappearing, and that will symbolize as a missing leader. In this case, we assume that our leader has gone for forever, but he has left the formation well organized, and that formation should continue. And that is exactly what will happen with the remaining aircraft, 6 of them. They will continue flying forward without any of the aircraft missing from the formation, in exception of the leader, the leading aircraft that has already disappeared from the formation. So that is now the way of saying goodbye to our former Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Geingob.
In terms of that also, the symbolism of that is very, very important, the way you explained it. I mean, it's so clear how you put that in perspective for us. But when that fly salute happens, is there a specific point at which that separation takes place where the leading jet disappears from the main formation?
Remember that the formation will be like 1, 3, 3.
Yes.
7 aircraft. They are in a formation flying together. Now, at a certain point, and this will be done concurrent with the 21-gun salute, as the casket is being lowered, those 2 activities will be carried out at the same time. So while the weapons are firing, on the other side, the casket is going down, it's been lowered. At the same time, the aircraft will be fly salute. They will pay a fly salute. Now, during that process, it's when now one of the aircraft is going to disappear from the formation, which was a leading aircraft, because a leading aircraft, it's directing the other aircraft. They will follow that aircraft. But the moment it's disappearing, and it's called a missing main fly salute. So it's that process now what I've explained to you, that it will disappear, and then the rest of the aircraft will continue with the formation, which means as a Namibian nation, we have lost a leader who was a visionary person, who was committed to the Namibian nation, but now since he has exited from the world, it does not mean that all of us should now be scattered, but we should be committed
in formation.
In a formation.
I love that symbolism that comes with that. I just wanted you to also just put into perspective the gun salutes as well. I understand, of course, it's the 3-gun salute, 7, 9, etc., depending on the rank of the person that's being put to rest. Talk to us about the 21-gun salute, and of course the importance of the type of vehicle and the fact that it's 21 shots that are being fired.
21 come from 21st March of the year of 1990 when we got independence. It's 21 March. That comes the 21-gun salute in. Now, 21-gun salute is the highest number of guns that is been accorded to an individual. In this case, the late His Excellency. But when it comes down to the Vice President, the number of gun salute will be reduced up to the level of even a deputy minister or a cabinet minister or the chief of the Namibian Defence Force or an army commander or any individual, a Namibian individual distinguished himself that he has rendered a certain service to the Namibian nation, the number of those gun salute will be
depending
lower.
on the rank
exactly.
that they are.
Yes, exactly.
The type of gun that's being used, you also made a sort of a differentiation between the heavy artillery that gets used for the president versus small artillery that might be used for lower rank.
This type of guns that we are using are artillery guns, but not those heavy ones. It's a medium artillery. They are made in China. We acquired them from China a few years ago, and they are meant just for ceremonial purposes. They are just for ceremonial purposes, and the type of ammunition that is being used, they are not harmful. These are blank ammunition being used. They are not, even if it's just the sound that get off, and the ammunitions are not harmful.
So it's specifically designed, made for this purpose.
Exactly.
Ceremonial purposes.
Yes. So that's why even if you want people to say they should be, you don't need to warn them because it's not harmful really. It's just the sound that you are hearing. But it's been carried out for a purpose of honoring and respecting the late.
What is some of the posturing and the demeanor of the Defence Force? How do you expect the force to behave during this mourning period leading up to the burial of their former Commander-in-Chief?
The Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, Air Marshal Martin Pinias, gave also his message to the troops, a written message that was already distributed to all services, formations and units, that we are mourning the Commander-in-Chief. But as a Defence Force, we also go back to the speech of our Commander-in-Chief when he conducted his military parade in Grootfontein. He mentioned certain points that as a Defence Force, if we want to develop further, there are certain points that we need to look at. One of them, the military should be well trained, the military should maintain discipline, the military should compose of all ethnic groups, meaning every region should be represented, every ethnic group should be represented, every constituency should be represented. And this has to do with the recruitment process in the Namibian Defence Force. And the Commander-in-Chief said for the past 26 years 26 years since the first recruitment took place in 1996, it was for the first time that he has seen the current recruitment that is currently ongoing at Namibia Defence Force Training Establishment, and the last one that graduated last year in August. These two recruitments really represented all Namibians. You will get all the ethnic groups represented. All the regions are represented. All the 121
so it's completely inclusive.
Is inclusive.
Inclusivity is the target.
And he has been preaching of inclusivity, and he has been preaching that no one should be left out. And this is exactly what happened. So he said that module that was used should be continued even for future recruitment within the Namibian Defence Force. So as a force, we got a clear message from our former Commander-in-Chief on 12 December 2023 when he visited Grootfontein.
In terms of that, of course, now going forward, now tomorrow, of course, the funeral will be there. Certain activities that we are doing, we fly in the flags, half-mast, etc. Are there specific traditions that you also observe within the Defence Force outside of what we observe as civilians?
Tomorrow there's something called new that maybe some of you have not witnessed in the past. We have a street lining. As you pass the roadblock on your way to Heroes Acre, immediately when you enter, when you just turn off from the B1.
For Leopard Valley now?
Yeah, from Leopard Valley you get...
Just at the entrance, at B1?
Just at the entrance of Heroes Acre, the turn-off point.
Yes.
We have troops that are deployed on the side of the road. a distance between 20 to 30 meters from one troop to another troop. They are called street lining. These troops, they will line up until at the internal flame on top there at Heroes Acre. So once the casket arrives, or once the procession arrives, all these troops, they will be on attention position, receiving the casket of His Excellency as it's approaching Heroes Acre until the internal flame. So it is a different setup that you are going to witness tomorrow.
Particularly when we arrive at the Heroes Acre.
Exactly.
How many soldiers are we expecting to be part of that lineup? Because I mean, one can imagine it's a bit of a distance from the entrance up until.
It could be more than 200 troops, but I mentioned also yesterday that we have mobilized 2,000 troops just for this funeral. The whole strength of the escort, it's a brigade, a ceremonial brigade, plus these more than 200 troops that are street lining.
And these 2,000 include those that are at the key points just to maintain the security and order here within the city.
They are also inclusive, yes.
Well, Colonel, thank you so much for being with us. I'm sure that you're going anywhere. You're still going to be staying with us. We're just quickly going for a short visit to the marketplace, as the Colonel, of course, will continue assisting us to understand some of the practices from the side of the Namibia Defence Force that we need to be aware of during this time as well. This is, of course, a special broadcast of the memorial service leading up to the funeral of the late great icon of democracy, one that has been revered world over, a Pan-Africanist, that is, of course, of the African Union. These aspirations that we have of becoming a united Africa there as well. A little bit later on, we will talking about African Union and Pan-Africanism. A little bit later on, we'll also bring you an interview that Denver Kisling did, exclusive interview with former President Thabo Mbeki, who is, of course, also considered one of the elder statesmen on the continent. Himself, of course, the likes of Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, really presidents that are in a class of their own in terms of the elder statesmen that are still alive and well on the continent. We will bring you that insert a little bit later on in the program. But for now, as I mentioned a bit earlier on, there is free transport provided by government to members of the public that want to attend the memorial service at Independence Stadium, and that transport has been going on and since early in this morning. As you can see, the stadium starts to fill up, and our team has managed to speak to some of the transport users that are heading to the stadium to go and mourn their president. Let's take a look at these few Vox Pops.
Join the tears with the Namibian people, the ones that are crying, is why I came out from the house. It was like I did not accept it, but now I can feel it, the days are coming to be finished. The late president has done for us lots of things. I remember especially Corona time, when we were locked down, we were staying at home, we are not going to work. Supply us with 750 to help us to buy food at home while we are in lockdown, where we are staying in home, we are not going out. So that thing I cannot forget in my mind. Namibian people, come out of your houses, let's go and enjoy the tears with others. Let's go and cry together, because Namibia is only one nation, we must fight together. Please come out of your houses, please, people of Namibia.
The Hage, why the time he is a minister, he came to our region, because I'm from Onsati region. I schooling at Oshara Combined School. She's the first minister who gave us a sport wear to wear, and she's the first person to give us a role to school, because that time there's a flood also. It's really hurt my heart. It's really beat my heart too much, because it's not good. It's my first time to hear the president pass away in Namibia. It's the first president.
To the Namibian nation, what I want to tell them, that we should take this last path of the sending home of our president. For them, those who are in the city of Windhoek, please to show their respect, by attending the memorial service today. And then what I also wanted to say is for our beloved president, rest in eternal peace.
He was a good person. Everything he has done so well, absolutely well. I can't mention exactly what, but yeah, he was a good person.
Well, of course, there we have it. Just some voices from the different pickup points within Katutura and larger Windhoek area as well. So just a reminder, of course, there is free transport available. The official ceremony is only starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we are urging each and every one of you to please make your way to those pickup points and then make your way to the Independence Stadium so we can provide and give this great statesman a send-off that he deserves. Starting off, of course, with the memorial service at the Independence Stadium for today. Just a reminder, of course, for our viewers that are joining us across the length and breadth of sub-Saharan Africa, we are glad that you could join us. Please welcome on board and feel free to, of course, also share your comments and questions and condolences on our social media platforms as well. NBC Digital News, that's the hashtag. That is, of course, the handle that you want to have if you want to get the latest information in terms of what's happening over the next 2 days. Remember, once again, you can, of course, also download our official application, our official software app called NBC Plus, available on the iOS if you're Apple or Play Store if you are an Android user. And then you can, of course, make use of that as well. So do make sure to download NBC Plus, and then you can, of course, benefit from the many services that are being provided by NBC Plus as well. So there we go. There's some scenes there as well. But I wanted to ask something, Colonel Shilumbu. This, of course, just visuals from the Hosea Kutako International Airport there as well. I wanted to ask, in terms of the casket, I know that there are specific individuals, only specific ranks that can handle the casket on behalf of the NDF?
It depends on the rank of the deceased. So in this case, we have we have the late President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob. He was the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force. Now we have pall bearers who are marching alongside the casket, just next to the bearers. Now those ones who are now handling the casket, those are the bearers. The bearers are now, at this point of time, they are warrant officers class 1. Most of them are warrant officers class 1. And they are also commanded by the Army Sergeant Major. The Army Sergeant Major, it's Batista, warrant officer 1, warrant officer class 1, Batista Peya. He is the Army Sergeant Major. And those other formation Sergeant Major were drawn from all formations, units, and services, meaning they represent the Army, they represent the Air Force, they also represent the Navy, plus they represent other independent units, such as Composite Depot, Signal Regiment, Air Defense Brigade, 4 Artillery Brigade, 1-2 Brigade. Those are some of the formations that are now. Okay, the vigil guards are just relieving each other, meaning those ones who are moving away from the casket are relieved after 30 minutes by those ones who have remained along or next to the casket. So, and then we have the pall bearers. The pall bearers are major generals and brigadier generals or equivalent. When I'm saying equivalent, it's the rank equivalent to another rank at the other service, such as the Navy or the Air Force. In this case, we have pallbearers. We have Major General Aktofel Nambahu, the Army Commander. We have Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shaende. He is the Air Force Commander. We have a Rear Admiral Aluendo Amugulu. He is the Navy Commander. We have Major General Petrus Nathinge, the Deputy Executive Director for Strategy, Policy, Plans and Coordination. We have Rear Admiral Junior Grade Reddy Conte. He is the Deputy Navy Commander. We have Air Commodore Hawanga Mwenye. He is the Chief of Staff, Human Resources. Those are the pallbearers. While the bearers, we have Warrant Officer Class 1, Mungome, Formation Sergeant Major from 1-2 Brigade. We have Warrant Officer Class 1, Ipinge, Fleet Command Master at Arms from the Navy. We have Warrant Officer Class 1, Kandume, Support Command Master at Arms. We have also Warrant Officer Class 1, Paulus, Formation Sergeant Major, Karibib Air Base. We also have Warrant Officer Class 1, Shikongo, Formation Sergeant Major, Air Base Grootfontein. We also have Warrant Officer Class 1, Kavila, Formation Sergeant Major from Air Defense. We also have Warrant Officer Ishuna, Formation Sergeant Major for Artillery Brigade. We also have Warrant Officer Bernard, Formation Sergeant Major from NDF Training Establishment, that is Okahanja, where we train our recruits. We also have Warrant Officer Class 1 Kanyungu, RSM from Ceremonial Battalion. We also have a Warrant Officer Class 1 Regimental Sergeant Major from NDF Training Establishment. Then we also have Warrant Officer Class 2 Kangumba from 211 Battalion.
Well, from what we can see there now on the screen on your left-hand side, there, of course, Honorable Emma Kantema Gaumas, Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport, receiving, understand that's the Sao Tome and Principe Prime Minister and Head of Government, His Excellency Patrice Emery Trovoada. He is, of course, the Prime Minister and Head of Government of Sao Tome and Principe. If I'm speaking under correction, of course, they should have been the last president to have seen or to have actually had an official visit at the end of last year, around November, to President Hage Geingob. So Sao Tome and Principe being represented there by the Prime Minister Trovoada, received, of course, by our Deputy Minister of Youth, Sport and National Service, Emma Kantema Gaumas. And they are the last country that had an official visit for the late Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defence Force and the President. Colonel?
Maybe I should just continue with that list of the warrant officers.
Yes.
We have another warrant officer Class 2, Ginakombo from 211 Battalion. We have Warrant Officer Class 2 Kalimbo. He's from the Namibian Defence Force Training Establishment. But we can also have other NCOs, senior NCOs, such as Staff Sergeants, to assist, because by looking, that casket, it's not a light casket, it's a heavy casket. So other senior NCOs might also come on board and assist. So maybe I should also talk about what will happen after the memorial service this evening. The body will be under the military guard throughout the night by the vigilant guards who were on duty at Parliament, and this will continue throughout, and members of the public can still make their ways to Independence to pay their last respect, because this will be the last day of the body laying in state.
So for this laying in state at the Independence Stadium, until what time on Sunday morning will the public have the opportunity to still go and view the body?
I think until 9:15.
Until 9:15 in the morning?
9:15, yes, 9:15. The body will be leaving Independence Stadium at 9:15 tomorrow morning.
At 9:15 tomorrow morning. Yeah. Headed now for the Heroes Acre?
Headed for Heroes Acre.
And in terms of that movement from the Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre, is still going to follow the ceremonial route procession?
Exactly. There will be no change, but this time around, the family members will be joining, including the widow.
So the family members and the widow will be joining the procession in terms of what it was arranged right now as we speak.
Exactly. And don't forget that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the former presidents, they will be also joining the procession.
So but where will they come in the procession? Is that behind the family?
They will come first before the family.
Before the family.
Yes.
And then they will be followed by the family as part of the procession now to Heroes Acre.
Exactly.
At the moment the procession arrives now at the entrance there of Heroes Acre, at that turnoff at B1, that's when
all troops will be on attention. They will adopt an attention position, and they will be on attention position.
All right, so they will be on attention position. That's of course providing that salute as the casket goes through the line in the middle,
Exactly.
And that'll include the whole procession there as well.
When the casket immediately at the turn off, when the casket turn off into Heroes Acre, those street lining troops, they will be on attention as I mentioned earlier, until the casket reaches the main gate. The moment the casket reaches the main gate, the escort commander will command the whole procession, including now the parade. In this time, the parade will call it escort. The troops, the brigade that I've mentioned, he will now command the escort, and they move up to the internal frame, and then the program kick off immediately.
All right, so that's where the ritual, for lack of a better word, actually ends, and then we have the memorial service, and only after the memorial service, that's now when we have the laying in state of the president until the next morning at 9:15,
Yes.
when the public will still have a chance to view the body there as well.
Exactly.
Well, just a reminder, once again, if you just joined us, please make sure to tune in, of course, also on our NBC Plus platforms. The application, you can download it, of course, on your iOS platform or your Play Store if you're using Android. And then you make use of the NBC Plus TV app. Loads of information. Download it, make use of it. And, of course, very soon it will become one of those apps that are natives that you'll be using on a regular basis there as well. Some sites from the Independence Stadium, some visuals that we're seeing a bit earlier on there as well. Slowly but surely filling up the stadium. Just a reminder, once again, please be mindful, particularly of the traffic on that Hours Road of Safari, or now, in fact, Mercure Hotel, and that road that goes past the truck port as well, so that we can just accord enough space for the mourners and our guests to be able to move swiftly in between, particularly that area around the two stadiums. In terms of the memorial service, of course, we know that it's going to be a bit tight. There are quite a lot of people that we're expecting to come, but there's enough provision because both stadiums will be utilized for the memorial service. Both the Independence Stadium as well as the Dr. Hage Geingob will be utilized for that as well. So the space, a place to sit, is not going to be a problem. All we want you to do, of course, is to make your way to the Independence Stadium and then go and mourn your president in peace as part of the memorial service that will take place at 2 o'clock. Public pickup spots across Windhoek City. I understand also in other parts of the country, provisions are being made, particularly by the regional governance offices, to have people at central places where they can view the memorial service for tonight and subsequently the funeral that will take place tomorrow. We continue, of course, with more when we come back after this short visit to the marketplace. Stay with us.
His grace and He cares. Out. The tent in front of me belongs to the following categories: the heads of states and governments, which are presidents, the heads of delegations.
The Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, proudly acts as the primary broadcaster for President Hage Geingob's memorial and funeral services, offering extensive coverage, providing broadcast rights to MultiChoice Namibia for distribution across SADC broadcasters, and offering access to non-SADC broadcasters through a secure, reliable transport link for wider, sustainable global access. The broadcast is scheduled from 24 February 2024 at 6 a.m. until 25 February 2024 at 10 p.m. NBC requires broadcasters, including MultiChoice Namibia, to obtain permission for any use of the material beyond the live broadcasts.
Are not listed.
Of course, there are some visuals you can see there from the Independence Stadium. The mourners expected about a little bit close to about 40,000 people expected to attend the memorial service. And slowly but surely we're seeing the arrivals, of course, trickling in, and the numbers are quickly adding up. So looking at the time, of course, now it's exactly 11:54. The arrivals, most of them, of course, have comments. There we see the Bank of Namibia Governor, Johannes Kavachap, walking in there as well. He's also somebody who has worked quite closely with the president for some time as well. There we see the leader of the opposition party, the official opposition, Mchenry Venani, of course, also one of the pallbearers, one of the political opposition leaders that had quite a close relationship with the late president as well. In terms of the time, how we're doing in terms of the time, we know that at 11:54, the Honorable Venani was supposed to arrive at between 11:40 and 11:50. So it seems like we are still really on time with regards to the arrivals now. Expected are the cabinet ministers between 11:50 and 12 o'clock. As we know, of course, most of the cabinet ministers also still engaged with receiving some of our high-level dignitaries that are coming in. High-level dignitaries that are coming in, so they, of course, will join in a little bit later on as well, those that come in a bit delayed. I'm just getting a quick correction here in terms of how many people the stadium can hold. I just want to make a final confirmation with some of the officials from the Ministry of Youth in terms of what the capacity is of the Independence Stadium. What we know, of course, is that the Hage Geingob Stadium has also been opened up, and that stadium will also be utilized if the Semnioma Stadium is filled to capacity before the memorial service commences. So then the Hage Geingob Stadium will also be utilized for that as well. Big screens have been set up on that end, and you are able to attend or basically view the memorial service from that side as well. Colonel Shalumbo, if one looks at this now, the sort of security that needs to be employed when we have high-level visits of this nature. Just talk to us about the collaboration with foreign security detail and what you are responsible for locally here when we have visits of this nature.
The whole security at the stadium, law and order, will be maintained by the Namibian police, but you can also expect other countries, such as if the United States have sent a representative to Namibia, they will also come in with their own security. So, but for now, Namibia is well known to be very stable politically, security-wise. So there is no threat. There is no threat, but we cannot undermine the security situation on the ground. As a result, the law enforcement will make sure that security is provided throughout. I can see the security personnel on the ground, and they are ready to make sure that the whole stadium is secured, inside and outside and outskirts, and that's why you will still have that air support operation to make sure that the whole area is secured for everybody who's making their ways to Independence Stadium. So there should not be a threat at all, but we cannot undermine. We must be vigilant at all times, and we must be on standby to make sure that the security of our people is not compromised at any given time.
100%, of course. I'm informed here. In terms of the capacity at Independence Stadium, the capacity is about 18,000. And if we push, we could maybe reach about 25,000 there at Independence Stadium. But then again, the Hage Geingob Stadium is also opened next door. People there as well. So probably getting us close to that number that I had mentioned a little bit earlier on in terms of the capacity of the two stadiums. So it's important, of course, for everybody to be accommodated here, because at the Heroes Acre, the capacity will be much lower than what is going to be accommodated during the memorial service at the Independence Stadium as well. Just a reminder, please do make sure to download our NBC Plus application on your iOS platforms if you are an iPhone user, or if you're an Android, then of course you make use of the Play Store to be able to download that application to get more information, follow proceedings, and of course also watch some of the interviews that you might have missed a bit earlier on. We're already seeing the west side of the stadium, the west wing, being filled up. Of course, the media on standby to film some of the arrivals of those senior dignitaries. Unless we are looking in the next few minutes in terms of the arrivals, we are still expecting there is more cabinet members to arrive, cabinet ministers, and then the next arrival will be the Honorable Deputy Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable John Mutora. That's arriving there. He is, of course, coming in right on time in terms of his arrival. That's the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, John Mutora. Recently, of course, sworn in as the Deputy Prime Minister in about 2 weeks ago. And he was only the Minister for Works and Transport before that, but of course a member of Parliament, a member of the Namibian Parliament since independence as well. And he, so of course also has some struggle credentials there. So Honorable John Mutora, who is now appointed as the Deputy Minister or Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia. Alma mater, of course, at the University of Namibia, but before that he went to the University of Fort Hare in terms of his education as well. So quite a seasoned political figure who ascended to the Deputy Prime Minister's office about 2 weeks ago at the passing of the late president, and the fourth president that was sworn in, of course, making some changes to the composition of his cabinet as well. Of course, more arrivals we're expecting after this. The arrival of His Lordship Peter Shivute, the Chief Justice, and Judge Shivute. That will be followed by Honorable Lucas Sinimba Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Honorable Professor Peter Kashavivi, the Speaker of the National Assembly. This is, of course, also one of those occasions, one of the very few occasions where all three branches of government are under the same roof. Usually, of course, in most cases for security purposes, those occasions are very, very limited. We know the opening of Parliament is one such occasion, and the tabling of the appropriation bill or the national budget is another occasion where all three branches of government are together. There you see, of course, both of the members of Parliament, the Deputy Prime Minister John Mutora there, that at the bottom side of the screen, and Mkandri Venani, the leader of the opposition, also there. Immediately on your right-hand side of the screen, you can see the final caucusing before the departure of the casket from Parliament Gardens. Just let me in on this one, Colonel Shilumbu. What are we waiting for now at the stage, and what will be the movement like? Is there any procedure that must be observed before the casket starts moving?
Not really. The information I'm getting is that the Chief Military Mona, that is now the Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, has just arrived now at Parliament, meaning any time from now on there will be making their way to Independence Stadium for the memorial service. And the air operation support, the helicopter, the Alouette, it's also in air. That's an indication already that they are about to take the casket to Independence Stadium. And I believe that by this time, the Vigil Guard Commander, Air Commodore Andima Iambo, should be maybe just briefing the chief military mourner, the CDF, that what has transpired maybe over the night. You can see they are already on site, and the chief of the Namibian Defence Force has now to make sure that the casket is brought to Independence, as he was entrusted by the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba.
Well, as you can see, there are also more arrivals. Presidential Advisor for Youth Matters, Desiree Obal, there we see with her spouse, Mr. Obal, joining in. Mr. Obal, of course, also a senior figure in the government of the Republic of Uganda. He, in fact, is also a youth advisor within the presidency of Yoweri Museveni, His Excellency. And slowly but surely, of course, the stadium filling up with the masses showing up to come and pay respects to their late president and the commander-in-chief of the Namibia Defence Force. A reminder, of course, the social media platforms are still buzzing. Please do make sure to download the NBC Plus application, where you can have more information and engage with us as well on your comments, condolences, etc. Suggestions, you can send them there as well. I see there's also military personnel in our visuals there.
On your visuals now, we see Brigadier General Matthews Wayona and Brigadier General Freddy Maiba. He is the defense advisor to the current commander-in-chief, and he has been also the defense advisor at State House to the late president, Dr. Hage Geingob. So they are just maybe caucusing, or maybe they have received information that we are about to take off from Parliament, and that's why they need to get everything ready and to prepare and receive the casket.
Of course, I'm pretty sure there must be very rigid communication apparatus between the different offices that are operating and working right now. Must be a very, very important part of the work that the Defence Force does during this time.
Yeah, you remember yesterday I introduced one of our lieutenant colonels on the ground.
Yes.
Nikanol Shipanga, SO1 ceremonial. He's currently at Independence. He went straight to Independence to make sure that everything on the ground is ready, since the casket is already at Parliament and it's about to leave Parliament. So he must be on the ground to make sure that which route exactly, when it comes to Independence Stadium itself, how is the casket going to be taken and where are they moving? So he's on the ground currently to make sure that this process is carried out and everything is in place, and there will be no delay immediately after the casket has arrived or at Independence. He must make sure that at least all the logistical matters are in place.
So that coordination of communication is very, very important.
Very much important. And he is very trusted by the Chief of Staff HR to make sure that things are coordinated well. Him and his Colonel Akudhenga, they are all both on the ground to make sure that at least everything it's coordinated well, and they should not disappoint their bosses.
Well, that's very, very important in terms of that as well. Of course, more arrivals continuing, because we are exactly about 2 hours away, an hour, 50 minutes away from the commencement of the memorial, the official national memorial. There will still be quite a number of dignitaries that are expected to arrive, including our 18 heads of state who are the guests of honor at the memorial service, and 27 dignitaries that are, of course, also all delegations that are represented by different heads of state across the world as well. We've already witnessed 3-4 arrivals in the morning. Sao Tome's Prime Minister is in town. He has arrived a bit earlier on. I think we'll probably also pull up some of those visuals just to show you some of the arrivals that you've had so far for this day. Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa also arriving a few minutes ago, a little bit earlier on. William Ruto from Kenya, the Kenyan president, of course, also arriving. They are all in the country. We also had the Burundian president, His Excellency General Evariste, the president of the Republic of Burundi, also arriving a little bit earlier on as well, decorated general in the Defense Force of Burundi before ascending to the presidency. He was received by Honorable Pohamba Shifeta a little bit earlier on this morning as well. There will be more arrivals. We know that former President Thabo Mbeki will be coming a little bit later on in the afternoon. He will, of course, be accompanied by President Cyril Ramaphosa will, of course, also be joining, but we understand for him it will either be later in the evening or early tomorrow morning for the funeral that the South African president will be coming in. Still expected to arrive for today, of course, is Ethiopian President, His Excellency Saleh Work Zewde, as well as Eswatini. Honorable Thulisile Dladla, the Deputy Prime Minister, will be recording as well. And then we'll have Finland President, His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, arrived yesterday already, but the Germany's President, His Excellency Frank-Walter Steinmeier, is expected to, of course, also arrive this afternoon at around 3:45 with a delegation of 22 that will be with him. So upon arrival, directly headed straight to the airport. We, of course, not airport, but in fact the Independence Stadium. You know that the Ghanaian President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa, will, of course, also be coming with the First Lady in a strong delegation. Ghana, a very, very important seat on the continent. Of course, we know that Pan-Africanism was mooted by the late Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. Ghana, of course, currently also hosting the Africa Continental Free Trade, the Secretariat offices, and a very, very strong statement being made by the President of Ghana at the recent African Union Heads of Summit meeting a fortnight ago, where he reflected on African countries making a little bit more commitment. In fact, 30% of their their gross domestic product (GDP), and commit that to continental development and trade within the country as well. Well, of course, what we know is that we have teams on standby across the rest of the country. We will be giving you some visuals now of what's happening also in the rest of the country. There are Namibians gathered in the different regions where there are central points that were set up for viewing as well. And these are visuals from Marienthal, the community, the constituency hall in Marienthal. And this is where they are now busy making preparations to set up a big screen for the viewing of the memorial service, as well as the funeral that will take place there tomorrow. That's, of course, in Marienthal, who is the capital of the Hartab region. Just giving us some visuals of the preparations on that end at the community hall there as well. We have seen this happening across the country. We've seen in other towns that there were arrangements made for transport also to these central locations. And of course, just a reminder that the radio services are also tuning in. They're also joining us. And please do make sure, if you prefer one of our local languages, that you tune into our radio services. All 10 radio services of the NBC carrying this live broadcast today as well as tomorrow. We're going to quickly go back to the stadium to just give you the views from the stadium and some of these arrivals that continue to trickle in at the Independence Stadium.
serve faithfully day by day. You were a pillar of strength to many, you were a hero, commander-in-chief of the land of the brave. Man on a mission, carrying a unique vision, inspiration, hero to the nation. We say, oh my care, well done. We celebrate a God-given gift to the nation. Oh, land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. Land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. We say, oh my care, well done. We celebrate your legendary father, Hage Geingob. We celebrate your legendary father. Land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. Land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. We say, oh my care, well done. We celebrate your legendary father, Hage Geingob. We celebrate your legendary father.
I call on all of you to hold hands and to ensure that no one feels left out of the Namibian House. With these words, on the eve of the year 2024, the year of expectations, the year of elections, it will be a new beginning for the Namibian House. Therefore, I extend my best wishes for the new year to all of you.
Your spirit lives on. In the rolling dunes, the sun sets down. A beacon of hope, you need his call. In our hearts we cry, but we standing tall. Leader of the bread, your spirit lives on. muyaru kambande mihiro domba. A beacon of hope, you need his call. Kayende na waga kurule kuyakure. In our hearts we cry, but we standing tall. Mulambande muyaru kambande mihiro domba. In the rolling dews that the sun sets down. A beacon of hope, you need his call. In our hearts we cry, but we standing tall. Mulambande muyaru kambande mihiro dombande.
Omake omwene na yambeke, o hage na vululukwe. Omake omwene na yambeke, o hage na simanekwe.
I remember when you started. I remember 2015 when Hage said I got this. And now the president's departed. We know Aluta continua, but the pain is the hardest. Okay, regardless of everything that happened, maybe it was just a lesson. Maybe we were second guessing, but it took us the farthest. Listen, these waters are uncharted. Nangolo Mboba, stand up, king. You got this.
Peace be still upon the nation, though we may cry, and that's why we put our hope in Jesus. Tula, 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 talala wechalo. Prosperity plan, fighting corruption, man of integrity. La la nawa, la la nawa.
Alcohol is prohibited. Prohibited.
Son of the soil, we will miss you. You led us with wisdom and strength. Namibia holds on to the memories. So thank you, Mr. President.
Omake omwene na yambeke, o hage na vululukwe. Omake omwene na yambeke, o hage na simanekwe.
Hekeleka mitima yetu, tupo mbili yokonenyo. Vululukwa, vululukwa, nombili tate hage.
Thank you for your service, Mr. President. You lived your life full of purpose. Namibia will never be the same again without you. Your memories we reminisce about. It really hurts to know you won't be around. Oh, Namibia will never be the same again without you.
Olokoti, ongoshio miti alala, ongoshio miti alala. Chukulumba chocho chakalala, chukulumba chocho chakalala. Simane fredi nalwe utangwe, Hage Geingob utangwe. Loko chwalongone huwazile, Sigomo State House owathikile.
Omake omwene na yambeke, o hage na vululukwe. Omake omwene na yambeke, o hage na simanekwe. You lived your life to
honoring the honorable, the legacy of the legend, lighting hope for the hopeless. President presiding over formation of constitution, constituting the house of bravery. Put your hands up together, for he was the hand for the handless. Celebrating the hero, liberation fighter, fighting to liberate the vulnerable, the voice of the voiceless. The commander-in-chief, building the nation of builders and fighters. Keep on keeping on, the legacy of the legend, lighting hope into the dark tunnels. The house of the brave warriors, celebrating the legacy of the legend.
Alcohol is prohibited.
He ran his race and he kept the faith. He fought with strength and bravely led. Namibia weeps, Namibia mourns. Dr. Hage, we will meet again. He ran his race, he kept the faith. He fought with strength and bravely led. Namibia weeps, Namibia mourns. Dr. Hage, till we meet again. He's going home, he's going back. He ran his race, he kept the faith. He's going home to his father's place. Goodbye for now, till we meet again. He's going home, he's going back. He ran his race and he kept the faith. He's going home to his father's place. Goodbye for now, till we meet again. United we stand, divided we will fall. And we do believe his legacy will live on. It's the way of life, it's the way we will all go. He's going home. He's going home. He's going back. He ran his race and he kept the faith. He's going home to his father's place. Goodbye for now, till we meet again. He's going home, he's going back. He ran his race and he kept his faith. He's going home to his father's place. Goodbye for now, till we meet again. Goodbye for now, till we meet again.
President, goodbye, till we meet again. Goodbye, Mr. President. legacy lives on. We think about you always. We will talk about.
Well, there we go. Of course, as you can see, several arrivals, significant arrivals that we are witnessing there. The chairperson of the African Union Commission a bit earlier on, we saw the Musaf Lufaki Mohammed also arriving there amongst a number of other dignitaries that have shown up. Slowly but surely, we're getting closer and closer to that as well. And now some visuals coming in from the parliament, the status as we speak right now. The body has been loaded onto the carriage. Colonel Shilumbu is, of course, still with me here in the studio from the Public Relations Office of the Namibia Defence Force.
As you can see on the screens, that the casket has been loaded on a gun carriage, and the RG-32 vehicle, armed personal carrier, is the one that is going to pull the gun carriage, and we have the pallbearers and bearers. They are ready to take off to Independence Stadium for the memorial service that will kick off immediately. The casket arrive at Independence. Maybe just to mention earlier I spoke of
The Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, proudly acts as the primary broadcaster for President Hage Geingob's memorial and funeral services, offering extensive coverage, providing broadcast rights to MultiChoice Namibia for distribution across SADC broadcasters, and offering access to non-SADC broadcasters through a secure, reliable transport link for wider, sustainable global access. The broadcast is scheduled from 24 February 2024 at 6 a.m. until 25 February 2024 at 10 p.m. NBC requires broadcasters, including MultiChoice Namibia, to obtain permission for any use of the material beyond the live broadcasts.
In the heart of Namibia, a legend emerged. The people's president, a man larger than life. He possessed a presence that extended beyond what met the eye. To truly grasp his impact, one had to be in his presence. He was a man of many facets. A people's person, a farmer, a seasoned diplomat, a family man, a straight talker, a lover of sports, a true gentle giant. Born under a tree on a farm, his journey led him to become the first prime minister and the third democratically elected president .
Engine. It's good. Nonetheless, we continue, of course, with the broadcast. I'm just having some side conversation here with Colonel Shilumbu, trying to understand some of the inner workings of the Namibian Defence Force. Of course, it can only give me as much as well. Now we see the procession, of course, starting. The customary route procession has commenced from the Parliament Gardens, Colonel?
Yes, the RG-32 it's now pulling the gun carriage that carry the casket of the late president. And then you have the pallbearers, and then you have the bearers. In front of the RG32, there is a warrant officer class 1 carrying the portrait of the late president, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob. He is followed by the chaplain, Jekonia, that's Wing Commander Jekonia Hage. He's a chaplain from Namibian Air Force in Karibeb. And then you can see now the on your left, now on your right here, the pallbearer who's leading, that is the Major General Petrus Nathinge. So for now, the pallbearers are the ones marching just alongside the gun carriage, while the bearers are the ones behind. The warrant officers are the ones behind, while the pallbearers are the ones alongside the gun carriage. So they are making their ways to Independence Stadium for the memorial service.
And in terms of the sequence in which they follow each other, that's also important according to the rank.
Yeah, you are right, and the function that they are also performing during the loading and offloading of the casket.
Well, of course, what we know is that the procession will move from Parliament Gardens to Independence Stadium for the memorial service. The procession will start, they will use the following route. They will start at the Parliament Gardens into Robert Mugabe Avenue, and then into Semnioma Drive, and from there they will go into Hosea Kutako Drive, and then Sean McBride Street as well. Vika Street, followed by Softball Street, Rugby Street, and then expected to arrive at Independence Stadium at around 1:45. Just for noting as well, Sean McBride, of course, one of the longer arteries within Windhoek City, is named after a fiery Irish politician with links to the IRA, and he was a co-drafter of the Organization of African Union, as it was called, OAU, before it became African Union as constitution, and was also appointed UN High Commissioner for Namibia in 1973. That's Sean McBride. And it was also thought that represented by men whose father had volunteered to fight alongside their forefathers, of course, during the Afrikaner leadership of South Africa as well. Once you, of course, look at the history of Sean McBride, quite a very, very, very dynamic individual there as well. And let us, of course, also determine that the same McBride, he also interacted with the late Geingob at his time at the United Nations, and McBride is a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. I'm pretty sure that you did not know that about the street, Sean McBride Street, of course, named after one of the drafters of the Constitution of the Organization of the African Union, High Commissioner for the United Nations to Namibia in 1973. That's, of course, Sean McBride.
The state funeral makes provision for the casket to be carried on a gun carriage, which is a symbolic of the value of the state funeral, plus also the number of the gun salute to be fired in honor of the late president, Dr. Hage Geingob. But in this case of late president, there will be 21 gun salute tomorrow during the lowering of the casket. That will be concurrent with 21 gun salute, while with an official funeral, the casket is never been carried on a gun carriage, and no provision of gun salute, but
so that's the difference. Just take us through the difference between the official funeral and the state funeral.
Yeah, the difference is that the state funeral, the casket, it's been carried always on a gun carriage, while with the official funeral, the casket is not carried on a gun carriage. We carry it ourselves as bearers and pallbearers, and then the number of gun salute, with the state funeral, the late will be accorded gun salute, depending on the rank category. So while with an official funeral, there will be no gun salute, but there will be volleys. Volleys are being fired with small arms. Small arms are always, or yesterday I indicated that these are AK and other type of small arms. That is the difference between the two when it comes to the military now. And it is not the military that decide who is to get a state funeral or an official funeral.
Yes.
That is another high-level decision that has been taken by government. Yes.
So you were basically just there to ensure
carry out
the implementation, to carry out the instruction.
Yes, exactly.
Views, of course, from outside the Parliament Gardens. The casket of the late president is about to move from that particular location and head to the Independence Stadium for the official national memorial service that's expected to kick off at exactly 2 o'clock. That's about an hour and 15 minutes from now as well. You were explaining, Colonel, these two vehicles that we're seeing on the front.
Yeah, they were painted specially for this event of the state funeral. After that, the white color will be retained to the original color camouflage. Those two are the sweepers, not the sweepers, but the forward protection. As you can see now, they are all in the formation. They just wait for the agarari. The agarari is the one that carries the NDF chaplain, Wing Commander Jaconia Taukuheke from Namibian Air Force. So after the agarari, then the gun carriage pulled by the RG-32 armed personnel vehicle will follow, and then the rest will follow. We'll just see them as they are departing now, but that is the procession. And then in front, Nampol and City Police, they will be there to sweep the road, blocking the other road users to give a right of way to the procession so that they can proceed. And then that will be now followed by the 2 by Army Provost vehicles, that is the military police. And then as yesterday, the NBC van or outside broadcasting, it's there with some journalists. That will be followed by the 2 armored personnel carrier as forward protection, and then it will be followed by the NDF chaplain in Agarari, the gun carriage, bearers, pall bearers, and this time around, I can see that the founding father and the former president, they are not here. They will join the procession maybe at Independence already, or they will be found at Independence already. They are not here. I cannot see their motorcade is not there.
So this motorcade will only include the president and the family?
Tomorrow. Yeah, to Heroes Acre. Yeah. For now, the chief of the defense force is leading as a chief military mourner. He will be leading the procession to Independence Avenue, Independence Stadium.
Well, of course, we still see mourners on the side of the road as well, but still showed up for today to specifically send off the president to the memorial service as well. Of course, there was no official communication, particularly for today, that the ceremonial route procession will require mourners to be, of course, lined up on the sides of the road. But I think just the prerogative taken by Namibians to come and mourn and give that respect and honor to the third president of the Republic of Namibia, the chairperson of the Constituent Assembly in 1988 that gave birth to the supreme law that leads or ran this country for the last 34 years. Peaceful democratic elections, peaceful transitions, where there have been, of course, court challenges. Those have gone to court. The results of those on the judgments from court on those challenges are also accepted by the parties that brought it to court. So we've seen that peaceful transition of democracy and functioning government over the last 34 years. We'll just quickly cross over to that and get the feel and the mood on the ground at Parliament.
faithfully day by day. You were a pillar of strength to many, you were a hero, commander-in-chief of the land of the brave. Man on a mission, carrying a unique vision, inspiration, hero to the nation. We say, Omake, well done. We celebrate a God-given gift to the nation. Oh, land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. Land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. We say, Omake, well done. We celebrate your legendary father. Hage Geingob. We celebrate your legendary father. Land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. Land of the brave, in spite of the pain, let's celebrate a legendary father. We say, Omake, well done. We celebrate your legendary father. Hage Geingob. We celebrate your legendary father.
I call on all of you to hold hands and to ensure that no one feels left out of the Namibian House. With these words, on the eve of the year 2024, the year of expectations, the year of elections, it will be a new beginning for the Namibian House. Therefore, I extend my best wishes for the new year to all of you.
Does Jesus care when I've said goodbye to my president, so dear to me, and my sad heart aches, telling me liberates is the sport to him does me see. Goodbye, President, we will miss you. May your soul rest in peace. Goodbye, our Hage. We will always love you. May your soul rest in peace. Goodbye, President. We will miss you. May your soul rest in peace. Goodbye, our Hage. We will always love you. May your soul rest in peace. Does Jesus care when I've said goodbye to the dearest on earth to me, and my sad heart aches, though it merely prays is the sport to him does he see. Oh yes, he cares. I know my Jesus cares. His heart is touched with our grief. When the days are weary, the long nights weary, I know my Savior, he cares. Goodbye, my president, I will miss you. May your soul rest in peace. Goodbye, dear Father, we will always love you. May your soul rest in peace. Goodbye, dear Father, we will always love you. May your soul rest in peace.
Well, as you can see there, of course, the ceremonial route procession now about to enter the stadium, arriving at the location for the stadium now. I just wanted to look at the program, of course, in terms of when exactly the casket is expected to arrive there as well. Colonel Shilumbu from the Namibia Defence Force is still joining me here in the studio too, from the Namibia Defence Force Public Relations Officer, Public Relations Office as well. Colonel, if you look at what's happening right now, of course, we know that the arrival of the casket is a bit earlier than anticipated. On the program, we are expecting, of course, quite a number of arrivals of senior dignitaries and officials first before the casket. What would be the options now for the Defence Force if they do arrive at the Independence Stadium way ahead of all the other dignitaries that are supposed to be there before the casket?
The casket or the military, as we are speaking right now, the Guard of Honor has formed up and they are just ready to receive the casket at Independence Stadium. They will receive it in a military honor. Then immediately the memorial service program will officially start once the casket is placed at its position where it is already marked. So this is the Guard of Honor, and they are just ready to receive the casket officially with a program to kick off immediately.
That's the Guard of Honor, of course, waiting for them as well. In terms of the route of the procession started at the Parliament Gardens and turned, of course, into Robert Mugabe Avenue and then Sem Nujoma Drive, just at the roundabout from Christuskirche. And then we had, of course, the drive from Hosea Kutako Drive into Sean McBride Street, one of the avenues. They are currently in Softball Street, turning into Rugby Street. That's headed for just besides the Hage Geingob Stadium. That's, of course, the National Rugby Stadium, named after the president during the time he was already Prime Minister of the Republic after independence. And then, of course, that turn was taken from Sean McBride Street. Sean McBride Street, one of the long arteries, one of the popular streets here in the city of Windhoek. Now, Sean McBride Street, for those of you that just joined us, was named after a fiery Irish politician with links to the IRA. Now, Sean McBride was a co-drafter of the Organization of the African Union Constitution, the OAU, which now morphed into the African Union. And he was also appointed UN High Commissioner for Namibia in 1973 as well. And that's how the street is named after Sean McBride. The late Geingob also interacted with Sean McBride at his time at the United Nations. And McBride is a Nobel Peace Prize laureate as well. So we've been seeing, Colonel, the helicopter has been following the ceremonial route procession up until the stadium.
That is the Alouette, providing the air support operation or forming part and parcel of the escort. And in one of those helicopters, because there are two Alouettes, one of them, it's where we placed also some photographers to capture some visuals from air. So it's an Alouette providing the air support operation, which form part and parcel of the escort.
For the Guard of Honor, of course, waiting for the arrival of the casket. The casket about to turn into the Independence Stadium. The Independence Stadium is the stadium on your right-hand side. As you can see, of course, the crowds on top of the pavilion there.
You have seen the visuals of the Guard of Honor, red, blue and white. They just represent all arms of service. The red represent the army, the blue represent the Air Force, and the white it represents the Navy. So it's a composition of all arms of services of the Namibian Defence Force.
All arms of services of the Namibia Defence Force, of course, represented. One of those features that we always see on the 21st of March on Independence Day. Now, the Independence Stadium in Windhoek's Olympia suburb is the national stadium of the Republic of Namibia. Of course, it's owned by the government of Namibia and holds about 25,000 spectators, mainly used for Association football events. And as of 2021, of course, it has been undergoing some renovations because of the description by the Confederation of the African Football, or CAF. So it is undergoing renovation as well. One of those monuments in the country, national monuments for lack of a better word, where all the major events and activities of government had taken place. The swearing in of the founding father on the 21st of March in 1990, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the first president of the country, took place there. Subsequent swearing-ins of the president, if there are any major activities of state, then they take place at the Independence Stadium. The late Dr. Hage Geingob was also sworn in on the 21st of March in 2015 when he ascended as the third president of the Republic. And his swearing-in ceremony took place at this very stadium where the memorial service and, of course, the final mourning of his will take place and commence now at 2 o'clock. So a bit of a bittersweet turnaround at the very place where he was sworn in to come and say the last goodbyes to the nation and, of course, all the foreign visitors, dignitaries and high-level delegations that have joined us from across the world to be part of this memorial service. About 18 heads of state are part of this memorial service today, with 27 other delegations, the heads of state, being represented here at the stadium. There, of course, just some visuals of mourners that are witnessing the arrival of the casket of the beloved President of the Republic of Namibia, third President Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob. A number of names that he has, affectionately, of course, also known as Hage Lolo by the masses, or Ahabaman as they have referred to him over the years. We know, of course, following the 6 national democratic elections in 2014, where Dr. Hage Geingob won the presidential vote by 87% of the votes cast, President Geingob was sworn into office on the 21st of March as the president. And in 2019, during the 7th National Assembly and presidential elections, President Geingob was re-elected to a second term in office, of course, there as well. So just giving you some visuals there from the Independence Stadium. If you just joined us, a very good morning to you and welcome. This is the special broadcast from Studio 2, that is of the NBC headquarters here in Caledon Street in the Northern Industrial Area. I'm joined by Colonel Shilumbu from the Public Relations Office of the Namibia Defence Force to support our commentary here in the studio. Of course, we know on standby on the other side, we've got Nora Polis that's standing by with Ndishishi Hamufungu. They will be taking over at 2 o'clock with commentary once we commence at the Independence Stadium as well. And we have been getting some visuals also from the Hosea Kutako International Airport and the regions on standby. Just a reminder for you, if you are joining us and you still want to come to the stadium, there is free transport organized by the government that is taking buses from different parts of the city to the Independence Stadium, allowing the constituents, of course, to go and mourn their elected president as well. Just looking at the time, the arrivals, we are still just waiting for the arrival. The heads of state, the foreign heads of state and dignitaries are currently busy arriving. Once they are done, we'll see the arrival of the second president of the Republic, His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, and immediately after that, of course, the arrival of the founding father of the nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, arriving. And right after that, Madam Geingo's former First Lady of the Republic, the widow of Dr. Geingob, will be arriving alongside the children as well as the grandchildren and close family members. And right after that arrival, we'll have the casket come into the stadium. And after the casket has been placed in position, then only His Excellency Dr. Nambolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defence Force, and the Chief Mourner will take position alongside the First Lady Seski Mbumba. And then that will commence now with the official beginning of the memorial service at 2 o'clock sharp, with the opening of the national and African Union anthems. Now, what's also unique about the singing of the African Union anthem and the national anthem is that Namibia is only one of 5 countries across the continent that formally recognizes and sings the African Union anthem at all official state functions. Basically just showing, of course, the Pan-Africanism of the Namibian government when it comes to how serious they are around the integration and the unity of the continent. The program is going to be short. It won't be a program that's too extended. When I'm saying short, we are looking at about 5 to 6 hours in terms of the programming. Welcoming remarks by the Director of Ceremonies will be provided. The Director of Ceremonies, of course, is the Right Honorable Dr. Sarako Gwengwela Amadila, the Prime Minister of the Republic, and she will be supported by Honorable Franz Kapofri, the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Of course, the Prime Minister is the leader of government business in Parliament. Hence, she will be in charge as the Director of Ceremony with the support by the Minister of Defense. Remember, the President is also the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force. Only on his instructions can the Namibia Defense Force, of course, act to defend the territorial integrity of the Republic of Namibia.
You are correct. Immediately when Dr. Nangolo Mbumba was sworn in, at the same time or automatically, he also resumed the position of being the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. Therefore, the military have also a task to make sure that at least within a short period when Dr. Nangolo Mbumba was appointed, they should also go out to State House and acquaint His Excellency or brief him on the status of the Namibian Defense Force. He must be well informed, the deployments, the strength, and everything that the Commander-in-Chief need to know so that he has a clear picture of the forces that he has at hand and what can he employ.
One of the most important things, of course, and I think many of us forget that is as well, during the transition, when that was taking place on Sunday, many international commentators, of course, saying that we don't see any army vehicles on the street, any heavy police presence, etc. And I think for a lot of us, we do not know that the army does not get involved directly in political activities. Whatever transition has been happening, there is no role that the army plays, only up until the swearing-in ceremony. Just talk to us a little bit about the importance of that separation of powers and what the role was on that Sunday.
We in the military, we are apolitical, meaning we should not get involved into politics. We leave politics to politicians. We get instructions from Parliament or from Cabinet. Therefore, during that transition period, we don't need to get to the streets because there is no chaos. The security situation is not out of hands. We are still at peace. Why should we get to the streets? There was nothing wrong for us to remain calm. We were calm, and we were required to be calm. And that was really a sign of showing that Namibians are matured, and they can handle the situation by themselves. And it was just right for us to wait until government pronounced itself. And this is what happened. So after that, even the appointment or the announcement of Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the service commanders or the service chiefs, we talk of the chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the Inspector General of Police, the chief of Correctional Service, they went to witness the announcement and they went to accept what decision was taken. And that's why you saw them there also going to although it was not a congratulation, although it was not time
not a congratulatory mood, of course, quite a somber mood under which it happened.
They have to go and witness that moment. And for us, it was really a time to just wait for the right moment and for the right time when the government has pronounced itself.
And immediately after that pronouncement and the swearing in of the new president, that's when he assumes command is the commander-in-chief of the Namibia Defense Force.
Exactly.
And the rank and file automatically follow. The CDF himself knows that, okay, this is now my new boss.
Exactly. And then he must now prepare a briefing, which he did. At least within 2 weeks' time, he has to go and brief the president, because this is a new commander-in-chief, and he should know in what does he has at his hand, what type of equipment does he have, what type of operations are taking place. So he was briefed on all these aspects. So, and then the commander-in-chief, it's now acquainted and he knows the position of the Namibian Defense Force and the position of all other stakeholders when it comes to security. Yes.
Very, very important the contribution there, so particularly with regards to that and just that separation, because many people are asking, but we are not seeing any army, etc., etc. I think quite an important, just to make it very, very clear in terms of that separation and the fact that the Defense Force is not apolitical. In terms of the funeral, of course, we know once everything has ended, and we are done at the Heroes Acre, will there be other responsibilities from the side of the Namibian Defense Force the moment us as civilians leave the Heroes Acre?
Once the state funeral is done, that is the end of everything. We all go back to our different destination where we came from. The forces were just calm, and they remained calm. So there was nothing to panic about it. I read some comments on social media to say that they were expecting that we'll be flying all over. Things have to go through this. We have a system in place, and we don't need to because to panic. You also cause panic to the public. What's going on? They will ask, what is wrong? Are we at war? While we are not even at war. So we have procedures to follow. And this is exactly what happened. So everything is in place. The situation in the country is under control. And up to now. And we know ourselves as Namibians that we love peace. And we're a peaceful country.
If you just join us, of course, good afternoon and welcome. As you can see now, I think we are receiving the last arrivals on your screen there, the Deputy Prime Minister, Liberation Struggle stalwart, and a very, very close friend of the President, Ben Amadila, of course, also there in the screen, retired Major General Martin Shali.
He's not a retired
also
major.
on the screen that you just saw now, that's Martin Shali, retired Major General. It was, of course, also the former chief of the Namibian Defense Force, while the late president was prime minister as well, well respected within the rank and file of the Namibia Defense Force. Major General Martin Shali retired. And of course also what we saw there was the Deputy Prime Minister as well.
Ricardo, point of correction. He's not a Major General. He retired as a Lieutenant General.
Lieutenant General.
Lieutenant General. We in the military are very, very sensitive when you demote
about the titles.
About the titles, and that's a demotion.
Or when we call him Major General, because a Lieutenant General is the higher rank.
Is the higher rank. So he was a Lieutenant General. He retired as a Lieutenant General.
As a Lieutenant General.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Colonel, for making time out to join us in studio here. It's time for us to get ready to cross over to the colleagues that are standing by at the stadium, so that we can give them an opportunity, of course, to bring us that commentary there as well. The official program is about to commence in the next 30 minutes. So from myself, Ricardo Geingob, as well as my support here and the rest of the crew, we will, of course, just be on standby, and we are going to cross over now to Nora Apollos as well as Ndisheshe Hamufungu that are standing by at the Independence Stadium that will take us through the memorial service. It's over to you.
Sao Tome and Principe. 3, 2. And a very good afternoon to all our viewers and radio listeners. I would also like to welcome all our viewers across Africa. You may be aware that you're able to tune in to the special broadcast on your DSTV the NBC channel on your DSTV decoder. This is across Africa. We're here at Independence Stadium, where the memorial service for our late president, Dr. Hage Geingob, is about to get underway. Several dignitaries have already arrived, Denver. Is that correct?
Indeed. Good afternoon, dear viewer. Good afternoon, dear Nora. We are seeing some of the heads of state arriving, and soon we expect His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Namibia's second president, and Madame Pohamba to arrive. They will be followed by the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, as well as Madame Nujoma. After them, Madame Monica Kengos, the widow, and children, as well as the grandchildren and representatives of the Geingob family are to arrive. We see that the Angolan president has just arrived.
Yes, this is the Angolan president, João Lourenço, who arrives accompanied by the First Lady of Angola. And as we may know, Angola played a pivotal role in the independence of Namibia. They provided shelter, they provided training for Namibian refugees.
And on account of that background, they have strengthened relationships, and therefore it does make sense for the Angolan delegation to be present at this send-off of our head of state.
President of Malawi now is just arriving, President Chakwera. He arrived earlier this morning. Yes, and obviously he is one of the presidents of the SADC countries. So it is only to be expected that he would be here. He also had a cordial relationship with our late president.
Earlier this week, the information was, Ms. Nora, that 18 heads of state would make it to Namibia for the memorial service and funeral of Dr. Geingob. We do now know that 24 heads of state will be here today as well as tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. We, as Denver is pointing out, we will be with you today and tomorrow when the actual burial service is going to take place, and that will be taking place at Heroes Acre, where the president will be interred in a special purpose-built mausoleum, which has been built specially for them. We see the second president of Namibia, President Hifikepunye Pohamba, accompanied by former First Lady Penehipho Pohamba, and there he has just arrived. So Denver, according to the program, the arrival of President Pohamba will be followed by the arrival of the founding
father of the Namibian nation.
Yes, and then after that, the family and the president. So that will signal the beginning of the formal proceedings here at Independence Stadium. We'd also like to remind the public that there's public transport available for the public at various points, pickup points throughout the capital. So please do make use of the public transport and come in your droves.
And we do know that this stadium, being the Independence Stadium, can accommodate about 25,000 people. But if there's a spillover, which it probably will be, the Hage Geingob Stadium is right across, and there will be screens erected, so those who are in attendance there will be able to follow the proceedings as they unfold.
In fact, the dignitaries are arriving now, fast and furious, and it won't be long before the formal proceedings begin. The director of ceremony is the Prime Minister, Sarah Kuangelwa, and she will be the director of ceremony. For those people who are not aware, yes, this is President Masisi of Botswana on your screen, accompanied by the First Lady of Botswana. President Masisi was one of the first presidents upon the death of President Hage Geingob, was one of the first presidents to come and pay his respects and give his condolences to the former First Lady, Monica Geingob. He had forged a very close relationship with the late president. And in fact, he refers to him as my big brother.
Absolutely. We do know former heads of state will also be in attendance. President Thabo Mbeki from South Africa indicated that he will also arrive in the country today, and he will be here for today and for tomorrow. So it's not only present heads of state, but also former heads of state who are here on account of the close relationship that they had with President Geingob, but also to show respect and support to the family and to Namibians at large.
In fact, when they spoke to President Mnangagwa, he pointed out that the ruling party and his ZANU-PF party shared trenches and were fellow freedom fighters in exile in the days of the liberation struggle. So he has very fond memories, and for him this is very symbolic that he is here burying a former comrade.
And notwithstanding the solemn nature of the ceremony and the proceedings, I would imagine that it must also be very difficult for them to say goodbye to their peers, to say goodbye to their comrades and to their brothers. The stadium certainly is packed to capacity. So many Namibian flags. Namibians are here to say goodbye to the third president of the Republic, Dr. Hage Geingob.
In fact, the stadium is quite full. Yes, we can tell from the headdress that this must be the Emir of Qatar, Al Thani.
President of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Yep, we just saw the arrival of the President of the Federal Republic of Germany. We do know that notwithstanding the, at times, challenging relationship, Germany still is very present in the country, and they're also here to show their support to Namibia, to Namibians, and of course to Madam Geingob and the Geingob and Kalondo families.
In fact, Germany and Finland are the only two European countries that have sent heads of state, presidents, to the funeral. And this is His Royal Highness, the Emir of Qatar, Al Thani. And as we were saying earlier, Qatar has got economic interests in Namibia. And he was also a personal friend of the late president. So it is not surprising that he himself has come here. They also have interests in our petrol, in the petrol find offshore Namibia. Yes.
And there's a lot of best practices that we can certainly learn from them. More dignitaries are starting to arrive before the arrival of the founding father, Sam Nujoma, followed by the arrival of the widow and the family. Thereafter, the head of state, President Nangolo Mbumba, and the First Lady will arrive. The proceedings are expected to start at 2 o'clock, the official memorial service of the late Dr. Hage Geingob, Namibia's third president.
This is Finland coming up. The president of Finland, who is also here, who arrived earlier.
We understand we had an engagement yesterday afternoon with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Peter Kashavivi, who had met yesterday afternoon with the Finnish president, also talking to us about the strong relationship that we enjoy with them and the potential to explore that relationship further.
Yes, Finland has a very close relationship with Namibia, which dates back to the days of the missionaries.
Absolutely.
When the Finnish missionaries established themselves in northern Namibia, which is why a fair number of Namibians still have Finnish names today. So there was that influence, very strong Finnish Lutheran influence. And this influence and this support actually spilled over to the days of the liberation struggle, because Finland was one of those countries that gave material assistance to the Namibian freedom fighters.
And I believe their presence here today definitely signifies how that relationship has just grown stronger over the years. And they are here today to pay their respects to the late Dr. Hage Geingob. The stadium certainly bursting at the seams with Namibians who are here to send off their president in a dignified and a respectful manner.
This is a wide shot that you can see, and the stadium is beginning to fill up, and people are still streaming in. We will see the arrival of the casket bearing the body of the late president, and it should be arriving anytime soon, and this will be accompanied by the family as well as the president, who is the chief mourner.
Last night, we of course know that the body lied in state in the Parliament Gardens. Despite the rains, Namibians made their way to Parliament Gardens to pay tribute to the late president. In fact, there were so many there still this morning. Some of them had to be redirected to the stadium. We do know that tonight the body will also lie in state here at the stadium before it will be taken to Acre tomorrow. So Namibians who want to pay respect in that manner will still be able to do so once the proceedings are done for today.
I appeal to you once again, my dear compatriots.
Despite the numbers, it's also incredible to see how the dignity of the proceedings is adhered to throughout, how the respect is maintained throughout. And that certainly is noteworthy.
Yeah. We are expecting 27 foreign delegations, 17 of which will be at head of state level and heads of government. So the security, understandably, is going to be very tight. We're also expecting heads of various international organizations like the African Union, the United Nations, SADC. So we're expecting a wide number of foreign dignitaries. We're also expecting, and some of them are already here, former presidents, former prime minister. We know for sure that former South African president, Thabo Mbeki, will be arriving this afternoon. Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, is also here. And the former president of Tanzania is also here, as is the current president of Tanzania. So a lot of people have actually come to pay, present, current and past heads of state have come to pay their respect, which is an indication of the respect in which Dr. Geingob was held. And of course the president of Zambia is also here. He arrived earlier, and Zambia, as you may well know, holds a special place in the hearts of many Namibians.
And also many from Southern Africa. In fact, when we spoke to former South African President Thabo Mbeki, he shared with us that he had met President Geingob for the first time in Lusaka.
Yes.
And that's where the friendship was forged. And they also, apart from being friends, they also shared the same ideals for the African continent, wanting Africa to become self-sufficient. That is the Pan-Africanism that we're talking about. And Dr. Geingob, of course, was a Pan-Africanist par excellence.
In fact, what President Mbeki was talking about in terms of them sharing a shared vision for Africa, he showed this in the way that he recruited staff or lecturers for UNIN. He recruited them solely from Africa because he believed that Africans had the capacity to be able to impart their skills. And there was no need to look for those skills outside of the continent. And as a result, in fact, all the lecturers at UNIN were all from Africa, from as far afield as Sierra Leone, Egypt, Zimbabwe, South Africa. In fact, he had asked the ANC to deploy a whole contingent of lecturers to lecture.
And that's also what former President Mbeki remembered. And he explained to us that the war was twofold, one for the liberation of our countries, but certainly also one to be intellectually empowered. So once we become free, that we are able to implement our own systems, institutions, and processes, and to be able to run our own countries. So those leaders, including Geingob, had the foresight and the vision that we have to equip Namibians and Africans so that once the war for freedom is over, we are able to step in and run our own countries.
Yeah, so it shows, obviously, where President Geingob cut his political teeth. You know, it was an exile. And where he was imbued with the spirit of Pan-Africanism. You know, he learned from the best. And this is something that he carried over in his later political life in Namibia. And one of the most outstanding things about Dr. Geingob was the fact that he saw no tribe. Dr. Geingob never saw a tribe. To him, we were all Namibians. And this is why one of the things that he was fond of saying was that nobody must be excluded from the Namibian house because together we are stronger. And this is what he used to like saying.
And there's overwhelming consensus in that regard. Almost every tribute that we heard over the past close to 3 weeks made mention of that very fact. President Thabo Mbeki also said that there are few leaders whom he has met on the African continent who are as passionate about the cause of Africa as Dr. Geingob was. And therefore, it is such an immense loss for the continent.
Yes, indeed. There is one of the former presidents. This is President Chissano of Mozambique, the former president of Mozambique. Again, a comrade in arms of Dr. Geingob. They obviously met in exile as freedom fighters. President Chissano, a freedom fighter with the Frelimo organization in Mozambique.
We do know that SADC, including Namibia, continues to provide support to Mozambique, given the unrest that intermittently flares up in Mozambique.
Yeah.
So they're here to show their support after having received support also from Namibia, from Dr. Geingob. It is absolutely precious to witness. And despite the overwhelming sadness, I do believe one can draw support, the family, the loved ones, from the numbers, from the presence of these individuals who are here to show that we care, we're here for you as a family.
In fact, the Namibian people came out in their thousands to file past the body of Dr. Geingob to pay their last respects, where it was lying in state at Parliament Gardens. And it was absolutely overwhelming to see. They filed past the body throughout the whole night. This is the family, these are the children of Dr. Geingob making their way into the stadium, which should herald the imminent arrival of the casket, which will be accompanied by the widow, former First Lady Monica Geingob, as well as the chief mourner. These the sons of Dr. Geingob, in fact, it's the whole family, making their way into Independence Stadium. And this will be followed very shortly by the arrival of the casket.
One has to acknowledge that they have dealt with these 3 weeks with so much grace, realizing that he was the people's president that shared him with us.
Announce the arrival of the children of
Mandalisa.
These are his children making their way to the tent.
The stadium is full, it's fully packed, and this is also a measure of the esteem that Namibians held for their president. The body, for those that were not able to pay their respects and view the body, Dr. Geingob will also lie in state here at Independence Stadium. So those that were not able to pay their respects yesterday can do so today. And there will be plenty of time once the VIPs have viewed the body, and they have left the stadium.